Good evening. It's 5 p.m. We're going to call the meeting to order. And just a couple of housekeeping items. Ms. Santella is going to be attending via Zoom. And now I'm going to call on Superintendent Vella.
Thank you, President Motter, members of the board. Thank you for, again, the opportunity to be here tonight with our work session. Recall, just to kind of set the stage, recall on September 28th, we had our last work session related to boundaries. We heard from several committee members that were here. It was a great time to be able to hear about all the great work that's being done. Today, we wanted to come back again and just continue that process to continue to share some additional information that may or may not have come out on that day, and then give you opportunities to ask questions about the next steps. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce Dr. Wade Behringer, our Associate Superintendent of Strategic Initiatives and Operations, who will be starting our presentation tonight. Dr. Behringer.
Good evening, President Hamada, members of the board, Superintendent Vella, Ms. Santello. Appreciate the opportunity again to come forward and share a little bit more about our, not only a little bit about the boundary stuff, but it's more specifically around our 6, 7, 8 alignment. And so tonight, we don't have a formal presentation because we presented 2 weeks ago. But what we wanted to do was create an opportunity for the board to engage our committee leads in questions that you may either have or that your constituents have brought to you that you want to ask in this session this evening. So we do have some information that we want to be able to give you a little bit more information prior to your question and answer time. But we really wanted to make this more of an informal dialogue back and forth with our team members and yourselves to be able to help kind of dig into some of that stuff that you have questions about or your constituents have questions about. So we've got Executive Director of Facilities and Operations, Dave Buzzard, here. He's going to speak to you a little bit about the new middle school conversion and the upgrades. So any questions around that will be taken care of by Dave. Then we've got Director of Communications and Public Affairs, Faith Sicily, is going to be here to be able to share a little bit about our robust communications plan for when this all rolls out. And we've got Associate Superintendent of Schools and Academic Support, Randy Heath, as well, to dig a little bit more into the committee work that the middle school design has been working on, if you have questions about that as well. So we're going to give you a little bit more content, and then we're going to spend most of the time just engaging in back and forth dialogue of anything that you may have for us. So with that said, I'd like to invite our Executive Director of Operations and Facilities, Dave Buzzard, up to the mic. He's going to share with you our conversion work we've done at the old middle school, and then the new upgrades that we have planned for the new middle school. Dave?
Thanks, Wade. President Amata, members of the board, Superintendent Vella, Ms. Santello, and Ms. Curry. Good to see you. I'll start by letting you know we all toured the new middle school on Friday, except I believe for Director Clark. So we're all in agreement of that. I think it was an awesome tour. I was glad that we were able to take the board through. And generally, I believe the consensus was, and I want to make sure that I get this right, after we walked that building, we have children in that building right now. And we can use that building right now. And we could have used that building last year if the board would have made that decision. So I want to make sure that that we know that for whatever reasons may be, either out on social media or wherever it is, the building is operational and it can house children. So I'm going to go back to the 2018 levy. In the 2018 levy, there were projects for what's known as KPA, Kent Phoenix Academy. And those were to have new boilers installed, all new windows, which I think when I was there, I explained there really are no windows. It's basically just glazing in concrete with a few operational windows in each room. And then flooring projects. So that would have encompassed the cafeteria, library, and staff lounge. As of today, all the new windows are in. The boilers are complete except for testing and balancing. And I have not started the flooring projects due to the fact that I want to wait to see what we want to do going forward, because I'd rather wait until people are out of the building next year, if the board decides to move up with the sixth grade, and then we will put all new fresh in so nobody's walking on carpet and/or flooring until the following year. So just for a real quick, in case anybody doesn't know, that building was built in 1966. Great things were built in 66. Just going to let you know. Point of order there. It's 99,579 square feet. It has 41 plus educational spaces. It has a grass field and it has a cinder field. It does have a field in front of the school that could possibly be used, but it would be unfenced and not really operational because we wouldn't be able to excise our kids and keep them safe. So my ploy to the board is going to be coming to you soon. We talked about some renovations and what we want to do. So my next conversion is we're going to come and ask the board. We have some residual dollars in our 2018 levy. Our project planners and our small works planner have done a fantastic job of getting projects done in clumps with vendors to save us money, so we don't have to spend so much on design and permitting. So some of those projects would be, this is a list, and it could be inclusive of and or added if we wanted to. I'm looking to fully paint the inside of the new middle school, the exterior, to include the Mansford, which is the metal around the face of it, and that would also include the covered sidewalk in front of the school. If you've noticed that it had a little bit of wear on it, so we'd want to do that. The exterior soffit, I believe some of our board members saw that soffit deteriorating, and that was actually a builder's kind of, it wasn't code, but they were building drywall on the outside of schools and houses in the Pacific Northwest. I don't know who did that one, but that was a bad idea. We're going to do some reconditioned bleachers, a main gym divider. As you saw, those dividers are not working well anymore, so we want to remove those hazards and put a curtain in. The courtyard renovations, we'd like to do those outdoor courtyard renovations. We walked into that STEAM and STEM classroom, and I know Vice President Beno is really excited about that one. Library and family consumer science upgrades. I think that that's something that we would like to do. All new furniture. As we sat in that room, we thought to ourselves, would we want our children sitting in this? Stuff that maybe came from 2 or 3 different schools, been around for about 4 decades, so we do that. Cafeteria kitchen equipment upgrade. We'd like to recondition the locker rooms, and what we would do with that is really find out how locker rooms are being used in the middle school these days, and then go from there. Lighting survey. I'd like to complete a lighting survey in the entire building to find out if we can get some grants for LED. New bathroom finishes, millwork and cabinet refurbishment. And we talked about this a lot. If you start just pulling cabinets out and putting new cabinets in, that can be very costly. If anybody's ever refaced a kitchen in your house or know how that process is, you pull all the doors off of it, you clean the inside out, you put all new faces on it, and it looks like a brand new cabinet, because really, how much do you really see when you have the doors closed? New upgrades, telecommunications center, which is very important. Camera blind spots and a refresh. We'd like to put some access control upgrades, and we're talking about that vestibule in the front as we look at safety. We'd like to look at a directional antenna system, which the code right now is in all schools. We have to have that DAS system, which is really a large antenna in the building so that the radio can reach to there and it can reach to their trucks, because sometimes buildings are so thick and there's too much metal and they can't talk to each other. We'd like to seal coat their parking lot and restripe it. And then my favorite would be to put a synthetic field in and a new rubberized track, which would be the first in our middle school to have one. But again, as we think about what this school is and how it's going to impact our students and where those students are coming from, I think these are very valid and viable items that we should consider. Questions?
If I can, I apologize, I was unable to make the visit, but I've been in the building several times and for communities and schools fundraisers and whatnot. And my memory bank says those are all flat roofs through that. And having struggled with that at some of our other school sites, the question is the ability to deal with increasing annual rainfall in our status in terms of both collecting it and getting it off-site.
That is absolutely correct. That roof is actually in very good condition. It scored well on our state study and survey for this year. Assistant Director of Capital Projects, Brett Scribner, actually was our district roofer for 5 years here, and now he runs projects in my team. And he and I were actually on that roof not too long ago. That roof would not have to be replaced for at least another bond cycle. So we should be able to do that, no issues at all. As far as reclaiming water, we can look at that to find out how the reclaiming of water and what we could do with it. And I think you and I have had some conversation on the sidebar about that, Director Clark.
All right, thank you.
I have a couple of questions. One of them is about Promethean boards and mic systems. I know most of the schools have the new mic system in, and I've noticed that there were Promethean boards, maybe they were taken out at the site.
That is correct. So when the Kent Laboratory Academy was opened, I made the decision to pull the Promethean boards were in that building because that Promethean board were still under warranty. So if we would have left the Promethean boards in there, they would have stayed in there for a year and a half. And I know Virtual Academy's in there with a few classes, but we wanted to get the warranty with those. So we paid to have those removed from the KPA building and put into the KLA building. Now, in the budget for the new academy, we have the funding to buy the Promethean boards for the new middle school.
Awesome. And are we going to install the mic systems at the other schools?
None of them left. They're all still there.
there?
Yes, because
Okay.
they are intact to the building.
Got it. Okay. And my other question is actually about KLA, because there were some questions about this that I got about when we voted on KLA, I'm like, I don't think there was a vote on KLA. So can you explain how KLA came to be, budget-wise? Because it wasn't a bond voted on as a new school, am I correct?
You're absolutely correct. So the original project in the 2016 bond was 20 classrooms across the district. So at that point, we were unhoused, which is overcrowded in what the OSP looks at it. And so we decided when we were building the new River Ridge, and we were thinking, okay, what we can do, we've always thought about moving sixth grade up. So the plan was, if we move sixth grade up, we would have to take 1,918 children and put them somewhere across the district. So our plan, let's build KLA. So we took the 20 classrooms project that was on the 2016 bond. I came to the board in 2018-19, I think it was, and I asked them to use those funds, which were about $16 million, and we had $10 million in impact fees that we had not touched in over 5 years. So we combined those two. We did a little residual out of some contingency out of the 2016 bond, and now we have KLA. If we would have built 20 classrooms across the district at the elementary school level, yes, it would have supported some classrooms, absolutely. But in today's capacity that we have, I think that we are better off where we are today with not only a new academy, but a functional middle school that we definitely are going to use if the board decides to make that change.
Okay, my point being that some of the questions I got were about the funding for this, because we already approved making some changes to Sequoia at a previous meeting. And so some of the questions I also gotten about like, how is this being funded? But this is also being funded from residual funds, am I correct?
It would be out of the contingency of the 2018 levy. And the levy was designed for any deferred maintenance of buildings in the Kent School District. So bonds are for buildings and big projects. Levies are for deferred maintenance such as painting, roofing, things of that nature. So with the residual, or what I call contingency, in the overall levy contingency, we have the dollars to be able to do this. And it would be deferred maintenance because it is a building that we have in our district that needs some repairs.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that clarity so that we knew where the funds were coming from and how it was being paid for. And there was about, I think the PowerPoint says $8 million it's going to be estimated to cost for this.
I'm going to come in under 8 million.
Oh.
Vice President Ben, I'm just going to let you know that.
Okay. Well, I'm going to
Yep.
make a note.
Yep, make a note of that. We can always come back and watch that.
You can watch it on YouTube.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. That's very clear. I appreciate that.
Now, Vice President Beno, thank you for your questions. I also wanted to add for the board's knowledge that recall that when the first decision was made on boundaries, it was for our new River Ridge School. We actually had to go find land, of which there was not enough land with the footprint we needed,
That is correct.
right? So what we did is combined the schools. That's where the first work on KMVA, KPA started. So a lot of work had already been done. That's why Executive Director Buzzard can say, we were ready to house students because we had them there. We also utilized land we already owned at Panther Lake, utilized the land we already owned, the old KMVA site. So all this kind of fit together. I just want to give a little more context to how we continued to utilize what we currently own and looked at what programs and schools we also needed to be thinking about for the future. So I just wanted to add that.
Awesome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Buzzard.
Thank you. I mean, I just have a quick question. Thank you for giving us the tour, first of all. It was really amazing to see how much classroom that is available at the current KPA or whatever name is going to be later. But what I really wanted to see is, in the outside, I didn't see enough lighting. And that's part of security. So when you're doing the lighting survey, I really appreciate if you add that to it, because when the place is lit up, all of the bad stuff goes away.
And that's a great point, and that's why we want to have a lighting survey completed for not only the interior, but the exterior of the building.
I also wanted to say thank you very much for the tour. I think we got halfway through the building and thought, wow, this is a really big building. And then, oh, there's a whole other section of the school. It's a huge school.
It is.
So, and I was also, having just toured one of our other middle schools, one of the concerns is making students feel safe, that they have their boundaries. And just that setup at that school was done really well. And plus, you've also talked about some of the security measures with the vestibule and how that was going to be done. And I thought that was well done. Two things. One, portables.
There are 0.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to make sure that was out there. I did hear that the teen center could be housed on there in a portable, but none of our students would be using portables during the day for a while. It's not just a one-year thing.
That is correct. Within any district, I think we always need to, I'm hopeful that our capacity or our enrollment would get to a point where we need to go and build new schools, more schools. That's my goal, always. So there will be no portables on that site except for the Kent Parks and Rec Teen Center.
Great. And then, do we know what effect this would have on potentially removing portables from other schools that have them now?
Yes, so the effect of that would be once, again, a lot of this derives from the decision the board makes for moving 6th graders up. So
Sure.
if we do, we will have quite a few portables that we'll be able to move around.
Okay, and maybe that's something that we can talk a little bit more about, is removal of portables in next session. And then, I asked you this, but I think it's something that definitely needs to go on record, is can we really get it done before students' feet are on ground, before teachers get in the building and set up their classrooms? Because this is ambitious. There's a lot going on here. And we know that it feels like there's shortages on everything. And heck, it took me 6 months to get an oven, much less, redoing an entire huge school. Can we really get this?
And that is an excellent question, and it is one that is always in construction, a guiding light of us to say, we can plan, but we always have to plan for something that's not going to be done. I can tell you that the painting of the school inside and out, not an issue. The furniture, not an issue. The sports field, that we could run into September, October if we get approval by October 26th, where I'm coming to the board with. Everything else in there is doable if we get the approval. And I have multiple vendors that I've been talking. We're not going to do this with one contractor. We're going to do this with multiple contractors. We're going to do this with KCDA cooperative pricing, which gives us a slew of other vendors and contractors that we can use that don't depend on each other. The areas in the school right now, so there are areas in the school that are being occupied today. We can actually go into that building and do 87 to 90% of the work while people are in there, students are in there, because we won't be disturbing them. And then we can do that remaining 13 or 14% between June and August before students and staff come in.
So we're saying yes, we can have it done.
I'm saying yes. This district built 2 schools, 160,000 square feet of school building in the middle of a pandemic, on time and under budget. And it was a lot of work, but we did it. We did it as a team. It took the board approval, and that's what it takes. So on October 26th, when I come to you with this, that's what Dave needs. Dave needs approval.
And we do have contingent plans if, boys soccer, I believe, for middle school is during first season, fall season. We have contingent plans for what would happen to them if they don't have a field to play on when school starts, things
Absolutely.
like that.
And we'll work with Brian Smith, and we'll work that out. There are lots of issues that happen within our schools where, we have a flooding in the field and we have to move somebody here, facility use. So we'll be able to work those things out. I'm very confident in what we need to do. And again, if we come to a sticking point of like, hey, Dave, that's just not going to happen. Okay, then what is it? Like if it's like the lighting survey is going to take a little time. Mm-hmm. So the lights might not all be done by school opens. But that building is sufficient right now to have lighting, have classes, have school. And is that something that we do in the following summer? So we need to set the priorities for what is the biggest impact we're going to have in the school by putting all new flooring in, all new furniture, all new paint, new field, new consumer health tech. These are all things that I think that we can do relatively quickly. And then if there's something that's, that's going to take, the lead times are going to be exorbitant, I think that's what we do is we say, okay, we tried, but this is something that we can do next summer.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I just want to piggyback on the lighting situation. I took a good fall there when I was running a nonprofit in the parking lot because it was so dark, and they have those cement blocks in front of every parking space, which I forgot about, and I was carrying a box and boom. So it was very dark. And again, coming out of there several times, which I did at night, it was very dark and eerie, and the lighting would be greatly appreciated. I'm wondering, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but it seems to be important because I made a statement about the water when I was in the building. Unfortunately, way back in 2012 or 2013, I'm wondering if you could alleviate some of our public and in our community's angst over the water is pure and drinkable, and we would not put kids in a building that it wasn't tested.
Yeah. So, I'm sorry to hear that, and it was very nice to see you drink out of a water fountain. And it's because we had to walk around that big building. Everybody was thirsty. So what we can say is this, is that water is supplied to us by the city of Kent. That's who supplies the water. Once it comes to the building, and it goes through piping, anything can happen. As of right now, we've had people in that building. That building has never sat completely empty. It's always had people, it's always had children. If there was an issue with the water, I can tell you it would have reared its ugly head. People would be sick, there would be things going on with it. We would have already had some issues. We are having the water tested. There's no doubt about that. As soon as we saw that, you know what, that's what we have to do. And we have our buildings tested about every 5 years. And that's just standard protocol for us. So going forward, we will make sure that is documented. And we want to make sure all the systems in that building and all of our schools are documented and that we are well-versed and taking care of our buildings to be safe, operational, and clean and appropriate.
Another thing that came up is we voted to begin, because I went back and looked at the YouTube video of a meeting, to start making plans for Sequoia, Phoenix Academy to be converted, but the word was begin. And as I understood it to begin, there's been a little confusion over that. And so we have done that, and you have mentioned the projects that are completed. I just want to mention that from the dais, that we did exactly what we said we were going to do. Go back and take a look at it. I'm not sure, where it says we were going to complete everything, I don't think that was the wording, right?
There was
And that
no completion date on that, President Amato, you're absolutely right.
Dr. Behringer?
President Amata, just to add to that piece, that the projects that were done, as Dave stated earlier, were part of the 2018 levy. And so those were part of the conversion work. So that was already approved by the board. So I had made some comments as well online that we hadn't done any projects that hadn't been approved by the board. We weren't spending taxpayers' money, inappropriately, because the work that we have to do moving forward, we come to the board 2 weeks from now and present this list and ask for this money to be able to use that levy contingency. Those are for the new projects. So everything that we were doing was already scheduled to be done and part of that transition moving forward. So I just wanted to state that a little bit more clear as well. Thank you.
No, and I think it's very important, and it may sound repetitive, but we're trying to make this clear to our public so they can even go back and look at it if there's any confusion. Another issue on this that I'm hearing a lot about is the same thing that Director Margell brought up about the completion date. I think touring it and having you tell me that you had already had vendors you were working with on maybe we're going to probably do this, but I can't promise it until it's voted upon, that you have these vendors that have the product, as I understand, like they can meet these deadlines to get this done. It's just not exactly our staff, which I trust completely, don't get me wrong, but it's the vendors that we're working with that are saying that they can deliver too, and it is a lot to do. And I'm encouraged by all the preliminary work that was done. I think it's possible, and I think to prolong this, I voted against this when it was the MGT thing, but I think we came back with a better product, so I'm pleased about that. But I think we put off this getting our sixth graders into a middle school setting too long. And I've heard that from a lot of teachers and parents. So to be clear, if you're having some issues about that, the teachers very much think it's an alignment to get them in a middle school situation. So, and I appreciated the tour. We had a good time. We got to have a good time with each other too, so that's important. And I thank you for all the work you've done on that, Mr. Buzzard. Thank you.
Well, I appreciated the board's time, and I think we need to do that more often,
Yeah,
just for the record.
agreed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Buzzard.
All right, thank you, Dave. I appreciate the detail there, and thank you, Board, for your questions. I want to be able to create an opportunity for Randy to come up a little bit and give a little bit additional information and context to the work that his committee is doing. So if you guys have any questions in regards to specifically the work that his committee is doing around the sixth grade design, he'd be able to answer that as well. Randy?
All right, thank you. Yes, a lot of work has been being done by our partnerships with our committees that we have going on with our community partners, parents, staff. A lot of great ideas that are being circulated and ready to really try to put some teeth behind them once we get clear direction from the board. So I know that you've been receiving questions and such, and so if you have any questions, I'm here to try to answer any of those that you might have.
Well, I'm not sure this is in your area, but you can find the right person to answer this for me.
Okay.
In making all these changes, we're also going to have staff changes.
Correct.
And a lot of people had mentioned that, is this going to give enough time for our teachers to make the transition and get contracts and MOUs in place? I'm looking at you, Mr. Hunter, sorry. You don't have enough to do, right? We want to keep you busy.
Well, I think that is why it's important that we brought this at this time, and our NY decision is really critical at this time in order to make all of this happen. There's already processes in place through our collective bargaining agreements with all of our different labor partners around when moves need to be made from building to building. And so we're just activating processes that basically are already in place. Obviously we hope that the majority of the changes will occur when people want to make those changes. So they'll like, oh, a brand new middle school opening up, or I really want to be part of this sixth grade. And that might not be current sixth grade teachers or fifth grade teachers. It may be someone who's currently teaching second grade, but yet has the certification to teach at the middle school and wants that new exciting opportunity to challenge themselves and move there. So our hope is that most of this will be voluntary, and that there will be left with only a very small number that may be that will be displaced and need to follow the process that would take them to that new opportunity.
Can you give a little more detail on what that looks like?
I think it depends on the labor group, because you've got the teachers, you've got the it could include clerical staff, it could include paraeducators, and so each contract reads a little differently, but there is actually a process that goes through to determine who gets displaced in a building if nobody wants to leave, and then the process of how they are placed in a new environment. And I think I said that right, Dame. Okay. Yeah.
Obviously, this creates a new environment for a variety of students, but
Correct.
Special ed is always challenging in the different categories, and I just need a sense of how that's being addressed to assure a transition that is supported.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I think the key element there is the supports that our special education students receive are guided by their IEPs. And so there's a transition anytime students move kind of from one environment to the next. There are those intentional conversations that happen as part of the IEP process, and really trying to understand what supports those students need to be successful, and making sure that those supports follow those students. And so that's really the hallmark of being able to serve students that are in our special education program, is that they are regular education students first and foremost in the general ed, and so then the supports follow with them to whatever general ed environment they go to.
Just trying to understand, as I mentioned earlier in a previous discussion, that process in particular is highly dependent on bus drivers, because all those programs aren't simply located in the neighboring school. So my first question is, how are we doing in terms of hiring bus drivers for this year, and what do you see as the needs for next year, not just in special ed, but in all after-school activities?
Yeah.
I'd like to call
Ju-
our Director of Transportation, Mr. Justin Dennison, and reiterate what Mr. Heath said about the IEPs are what drive what the services they'll get. They are a part of the sixth grade transition, just like any other student. I think that's important for us to note. And then secondly, the committees included Mr. Dennison, because you're right, Director Clark, that is a big piece of this, and that's one reason we continue to come to the board to share. We need to get started on this sooner so we can come back with other additional routing, perhaps. So, Mr. Dennison, if you can share what you know about drivers and also how we're doing.
Yeah, so Director Clark, to answer your question, our committee has gotten together to address special ed programming. And we've got Director Jonathan Robinson, who was involved in that conversation. And at our future meetings, you will see that we are adding some programs in some places across the district. One of the goals is to keep students in their boundary school attending a program closer to where they live, and diversify the number of programs that we have spread out across the district. So that will be information you will be receiving. We do recognize that transportation is a big part of specialized transportation for children. And so in a lot of cases, the school bus is going to follow the student that they're serving. And we do have to, with an entire change of boundaries across the entire district, we are going to have to basically rebuild our routes from the ground up to optimize everything to our ability to make sure that we're as efficient as possible. When it comes to staffing for bus drivers, we need to do a lot of work. As you drive in here, you still see the sign. Recruiting has been extremely challenging, and we do need to put more work into how we can onboard bus drivers. It takes about 4 or 5 weeks to onboard a bus driver, to train them to get their CDL, and that is a concern, and it should be a concern for everybody. And honestly, we do need to make this a very high priority for Kent School District.
Well, and that was quite frankly one of the emails that I got from a constituent, was saying that their child is on a bus now that's so overcrowded that they go on Fridays and pick him up or something. And I said, you might want to address that with you, but.
I did look into that situation.
Okay, well, thank you. That was just today. Well, but anyway, you think, I mean, in your best educational background in this field, think that rerouting all these routes, doing all this, putting all this together with a more robust program to recruit bus drivers somehow is obtainable in 2023-24.
I do, and right now we've gone through the elementary level primarily and examining the bus routes, because that's where we have the most schools, that's where we've done the most changes. And what we found is that we've largely swapped a bus from one location to another. It's kind of moved with the students. We haven't overly put too many changes where a student who is walking would be busing. There was a little bit of that, but we found that for general ed, we have 109 elementary runs every day, 109. And when I did the analysis for the changes that we proposed, it came back with 109. We have 4 different bell schedules. With the 4 different bell schedules, there were some changes where, like, okay, the 8:30 bell time, the 8:45 bell time, the 9 o'clock bell time, it was, over by 2. And then at the 9:15 bell time, we had more surplus. So we may have to look at changing some bell times to make it all even out and work. But that's something that we'll bring forward in the next week at our future work sessions.
Has there been any investigation or thought process? King County bus route is, they actually are right out here on this Kankangli. Cards for our kids to take buses, or are they too young to even be talking about that at that level?
We haven't planned for students to use Orca cards, although they are now free for all youth. And so that is an option. And we do have mostly more secondary students who take advantage of that by choice. But it's not something that we have guided at this point.
I wanted just to, an additional point for our board to know is buses that we're talking about are different sizes. When we think about transporting our students that receive services, they're also need to accommodate. And the routing also is important related to the bell times, as Mr. Dennison mentioned. But I also wanted to make sure the board was reminded that from 2 years ago, when we started this process, it was about program equity across our region and district. As we look for the future, we come back to the board. That's also a part of what we want to do coming back to you on. And we hope that once we get services that are within all of our regions, that will help what we're just talking about right now. Because students will not have to be transported across the region because we don't have that service. And that really speaks to program equity. And that's the next piece that's coming along with boundaries to the board, is our planning around how we can do that and provide that for the future. So I just wanted to bring that up for the board.
I have a follow-up question. Oh,
Go ahead.
about transportation, because I feel like at our last meeting, I was trying to look for my notes, that there was a conversation about, as we were looking at boundaries, that there was going to be more students walking. And can you, I don't remember where that note is on that, but like because of that you said that there was still the same amount of bus routes because more students would be walking. Can you clarify that? I'm just trying to find that note real quick.
Yeah, when it comes to the elementary level, the walk boundaries were largely unchanged. So that it would still be, if you live in the walk zone, for elementary, you're still going to go to that nearest elementary, you're still going to walk in that. At the secondary level, we started to see a little bit more changes. And there's a big change with the new middle school because that has a high density around that school. It's going to be mostly walking right there. The students that live in that area, they attend Mill Creek, they attend Meridian Middle School, and they receive busing in most cases. Now those students will be close enough to walk in the majority. When we looked at other secondary boundaries and how we could even capacities there was a few times where we kind of creeped into, one walking boundary to try to get the capacity more even at another school. But is that answering your question?
Yeah, it does, but also there's a follow-up question, because this was in my email the last couple of days too, about walking paths. Like, it may look like it's a mile, but there might be obstructions and stuff. Do we look at that specifically to see if there's paths and whatnot, or do we just look at Google Maps and say this is a mile, even if it takes 2 to go around and you can't walk?
No,
We look at
it's by the way, it's measured by how far it is to walk, not how the crow flies.
Okay.
It has to be how it winds through the neighborhood and how long that takes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do we check all these to make sure they're actually walkable, or do we rely on something?
A lot of these have been long-standing, walk routes for decades. There are times when, a parent brings it to our attention that, hey, you might want to check this out, make sure it's a safe walk. Our conditions change from, every 5 years as far as new builds. New builds have to build sidewalks, so.
The Sequoia hasn't been used for a long time as a school, so I'm just want to make sure that we are checking those to make sure that they're actually walkable paths. And obviously, the city of Kent has changed a lot in decades, so.
Yeah, and that we still need to draw the walk boundary for the new middle school, and so we have to evaluate that.
Okay, great. I'd love to hear that. Thank you so much.
And if I can, I'm not deep into how we recruit, but I have an obvious question. As we're heading into open house and parent conferencings, do we have an outreach program within the schools for bus drivers?
We have attended open houses, and we want to attend more. We held an open house for ourselves. We have a lot of flyers that we've worked with our recruiting and HR, and so we'll continue to go to elementaries to do that.
But that's my hesitation.
Yeah.
Those are standard recruiting techniques. The problem with it is it's just a general outreach to the public. But we have a population that we're making direct contact with that has an investment in this school system. And I just don't want to miss that opportunity to make that contact.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. One of the other pieces I thought about when you were sharing that are community-based partners who also have an
Yes.
investment
Yes.
to partner with us because they serve some of our kids. And so I think by partnering with them also with, going outside of the recruitment, typical things that we do, let's also enlist them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Berger?
Is there-
See if there's any more questions for Randy.
Right, I mean, Randy, I just
Yeah.
have a couple of questions. This is, it's a very big undertaking, and we're aware of it, and the work needs to be done.
Yes.
But can you share with us the plan of how to make sure that we're addressing social, emotional issues that will arise from moving kids from where they are?
Right. I mean, we already have some frameworks in the place in terms of our multi-tiered systems of support that will accomplish some of this. But in addition, there's a subcommittee that has been concentrating on transitions. And to be honest with you, we've had a lot of great pockets of transition that have happened in our district between elementary, middle, high, and even our preschool to our kindergarten, but it's not really been systematized. And so what we're trying to do through this work is create a systematized thing so that it's not just a pocket of certain kids get this wonderful transition opportunity into their next level, but other kids may not get that same level. We want to make sure that all of them do. And then the other piece to that is the transition support for parents as well. Because as we know, that can be an emotional time.
Right.
The first time they send their kids to kindergarten, you see a lot of crying parents out in the parking lot. The kids are like, bye, see ya. And the parents are, and you see a little bit of that with your middle school also, and you see that happening as well. Not so much at the high school. But how do we help support our parents as well? And then how do we give some tools to our parents to help support their students as well? So I think what we'll leave with is a much better plan than we've had in the past that hopefully we'll be able to build upon.
Right, but will you be able to share with us before so that at least we know what's going to happen, when it's going to happen, so that if in case, because I've asked this, I was asked by a constituent this question, and I
Right.
wanted to make sure that I can say, yes, this is what's going to happen, this is when it's going to happen, and if you can't find it, here's where you reach.
Right. And that actually kind of leads into our Director of Communications, Faith Cicely, who's been having the third committee that was out there, which is really around the communication plan. And both Wade and I had a chance to look at it yesterday, and it was like, wow, this is really, really robust. This is great work by the committee. So, Faith, do you want to?
While she makes her way
Right,
out, Director Fair, I want to make sure we understand your question. I think I do.
Right.
It is kind of twofold or threefold.
Right.
One is, make sure we have a plan to come back to us as a board to share what the timeline is.
Right.
In addition is, so what will that look like? And I'll call it move up.
Right.
What will that look like? I can share that even without sixth grade to middle school, our principals do a great job with move-ups and onboarding and transitioning students currently that are coming. So sixth graders going in, right, to current seventh grade. I was out at several high schools where they also do for incoming ninth graders. They do that, and I see Director Margell.
We just
is
went through
aware of
that this year.
Yeah.
It was well done.
Yeah, and so what I'm saying is, there are things that our principals and staff, that their staff do to create a welcoming environment for our kids. We'll double those down on those efforts, again, with our sixth graders moving to a middle school, and I think that's part of what that subcommittee work will continue to do. So just wanted to make sure I understood your question, and
Yes.
you heard that
Yes.
well from us. So I'd like to now invite Ms. Faith Sisley.
Good evening. I'll make this a short presentation because I want you to have time to ask questions if you have questions. So basically, our committee met since last school year, and we came up with a 6-page plan due to their insights, their input, their strategy ideas, what key messages parents would want to know, what they need to know. And the plan includes over 20 communication channels and strategies, and it includes the key messages, implementation, and timeline. And the timeline, with approval, will be moving forward from now until August with key communication points along the way. And then at the end of August, our goal is we want parents to know 2 things. One, where is my child going to school? Because I think that's paramount as soon as this information is distributed, that I want to know where my kid's going to school. And then number 2 is we want them to have an awareness of what and why and how the process is happening. We want to be transparent, open, and let them know that this is in the best interest of our students, in their student learning environments, that we move sixth graders to middle school and possible boundary changes. So those are the 2 things that we want our families to know. Now, to accomplish this, like I said, we have over 20 strategies and goals. We're really focusing on our multilingual families and providing interpretation, translated documents. School-based communications is so important. In my experience in Kent School District over 15 years, district-wide communications are important, and school-based communications are very important.
Right.
So as a parent myself, I open those school communications first, that voicemail, that email, and so I think our parents really get a lot of their information from our schools. So that being said, we're going to come alongside our school building leaders and really support their communication efforts by providing translations, interpreters, community meetings. Each school translates in a different way, and so if they want to have a community meeting, we'll certainly support those efforts. So community-based, faith-based organizations was the other point I wanted to hit on. We're going to partner with our community and faith-based partners, and then provide them the information to help them, or ask them to help distribute this information to our community. So that's kind of the really high-level overview. So any questions?
I have one.
I would just, I'm sorry, I would just add, have the 20 plan, but also add time for parents to ask questions in the schools are most effective. Allow time for parents to ask, because a lot of times communication goes one way, right? We send a communication out, but we don't. Only very few parents ask questions and either come here and ask us, but or they just don't do that. So what I would like to have is a time set aside for parents to come in and ask questions.
Sure.
Additionally, with those community meetings, would it be possible, and do we have the lead time to be able to have the curriculum that parents would be seeing potentially available for them to see?
That would be more of a Randy question.
I'm interested in hearing about, do we have enough lead time to have the right curriculum in place for this? I'd also like to hear a little bit when we talk about this we talk about buildings and we talk about busing and we talk about kind of the mechanics of it.
Yeah.
But truly to the heart of this, is this the best thing for our students, right? And does the research show that sixth graders should be more like seventh and eighth? Or should they be more like K through 5? And so I just would like for you to, because I think that that's a big question out there.
Right. I do want to point out that we have sixth grade curriculum that's aligned to standards. It's being taught in our sixth grades right now that are in the elementary school. So as far as a whole-scale change of curriculum, that's not going to necessarily happen. It will be more connected because so much of the curriculum that's being developed out there is being developed K-5, 6, 8. So they'll have a chance to collaborate with the 7th and 8th grade teachers being in the same school and really making sure that those flow. The other thing is that like the 6th grade science curriculum, you know, a lot of the next generation science standards really are hands-on and experimental and doing different things like that sometimes are really can be problematic at the elementary school in terms of trying to do it in the classroom. Whereas getting them into middle schools, there are labs that are set up and, you know, for that purpose. So those are two big things. But yes, I think curricular, being ready to answer those curriculum questions and will be an important part of that outreach with families and answering their questions.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question about the communication plan? Because I think there's an assumption sometimes that when we translate for families, we just throw it in Google Docs or Google Translate and send it out. But can you explain, which is not what it is for those of you watching. It's not what it is. And so like, I think of some of my multilingual students where we use Google Translate because they don't speak the language and it's crappy at best, but it helps. But so can you explain a little bit about how you use translation services?
Yes, we have partnered with Album, our translation service this year that provides video and on-demand services, and it's very reasonably priced, and we will be moving forward, continuing to use those services to communicate with our families effectively, two-way communication. So often, you know, we can send information out, but we really want to hear from our families, answer their questions. So the more input that we have, the better the plan we can make. So yes.
As far as translations, do they do any language, or are there certain languages that we pay for?
They do any language. In fact, if we know ahead of time if it's a language that is not common, then they will make sure that they find it and provide the interpreter for it. We also have updated our KSD interpreters that are here in our district that have been trained and are moving forward with recruitment efforts to also gain more. We only have a few Vietnamese interpreters, and so we're looking to target different communities to bolster those numbers.
I'd love to hear that. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. Anything else?
Thank you very much, Ms. Sisley. We appreciate it. I just want to kind of wrap up here that I want to thank Randy and Wade and Faith and Justin and Dave, all these people, and if I missed anybody, Ben, I think he's on this too.
It's the money man.
I see you, Ben. All of you for serving on this committee and all the hard work from the board. All of us know that the time it takes to get this done right, and I appreciate it. We all appreciate it. So we're at 5:58.
Well, thank you, President Hamada and members of the board. I want to say thank you as well for giving us the opportunity over the last couple of weeks to be able to present to you in work sessions. Then, of course, lucky you get a work session next week on the actual boundary change recommendations, so you get that piece. And before I kind of close out and we transition out of this space, I just want to thank the committee members that are with us tonight again, that took time out of their evening to join us tonight, and they'll probably be back here next week and probably back here on November 9th. And so just want to say thank you, that their commitment is definitely not unnoticed or unappreciated. It's right here all the time. And so their perspective and their point of view that's outside of just KSD central office leadership is genuinely appreciated and definitely valued. So I just wanted to thank them for being here this evening and taking that time out of their day. So, and thank you again for the opportunity this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and again, community involvement in your time is very valuable to us. It is 5:59. I'm going to adjourn this session, and we're going to go into an executive session for approximately 5 to 10 minutes. The purpose of this executive session is to evaluate the qualifications of applicants for public employment and to discuss with legal counsel potential litigation and the legal or financial risk of a course of action. Thank you.
Oh, I have to do this, right? I don't even know what I'm gonna say anymore.
Right here. Right.
All right, we have adjourned the executive session. At this time, we will now go into exempt session till about 7 o'clock.
No, 6:30.
Oh, 6:30, my bad. For about 30 minutes. Thank you. Toxic positivity.
Thank you.
We were talking about that in health class the other day.
I'm going to talk about it, but just know I'm not talking about you.
I hear you. I hear you. Yeah. But you know what? You're allowed to say whatever you want.
It is 6:30, and we are going to call the meeting to order. A few housekeeping items. Ms. Simone Hamilton, Director of Equity and Strategic Engagement, Ms. Santella, Executive Assistant to the Board, and Dr. Larry Nylon will be attending the meeting via Zoom. We're on to 1.03, the roll call. Vice President Benham.
Present.
Director Farah,
Present.
Director Margell,
Present.
Director Clark.
Present.
All right, I'd like to now call upon Director Clark to say the pledge. Would you all please stand?
I pledge allegiance
At this time, I'd like to welcome all of you to the Kent School District Board meeting, which is held in public to comply with the Open Public Meeting Act. And just a few processes for the audience participation. The purpose of the board meetings is for the board to conduct its meeting in public. During the meeting, the board will listen to but not respond to comments from visitors. Those wishing to comment must complete a comment card and turn it in either before the meeting begins or no later than the beginning of the legislative update. No cards will be accepted once this report has begun. Visitors who have completed a comment card indicating a desire to speak to an agenda item will be called at that portion of the agenda. There is a brief delay in the live stream audio. We will allow for extra time for you to make your way to the boardroom if you are in the overflow room. When it is your turn to address the board, please state your name at the start of testimony. Public comments will be heard after the opening, during the preliminary communication from the audience, at specific agenda items, and during final communication from the audience. Students will be the first to speak on any topic. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. You will hear a timer when 3 minutes are up. Please do not use specific names of staff or students or personal identifiable information. Abusive public comments personally directed towards staff or board members will not be tolerated. The president may interrupt or terminate an individual statement when it is too lengthy, obscene, or irrelevant. That's not going to happen, folks, right? Per board procedure, written material to provide board members with background information should be submitted to the superintendent's office at least 1 week in advance of the meeting. And now I'd like to invite Director Fair to read the land acknowledgement.
Thank you, President Amara. We acknowledge we are gathered upon the ancestral lands of the Muckleshoot Indian tribe, who historically lived throughout the area between the Cascade Mountains and Puget Sound.
Thank you, Director Fair. I'd like to now ask Superintendent Vella if there are any changes to the agenda. Mr. Vella.
President Amato, there are no changes to the agenda.
We're on to 2.0, recognition and proclamations. First off is 2.01 is our proclamation on National Bullying Prevention Month, and that's Director Clark.
Whereas school bullying has become an increasingly significant problem in the United States and Washington State, whereas over 20% of the youth in the United States are estimated to be involved in bullying each year, either as a bully or as a victim, and whereas an estimated 160,000 students in kindergarten through 12th grade miss school every day due to a fear of being bullied, and whereas bullying can take many forms, including verbal, physical, and the most recently in cyberspace, and can happen in many places on and off the school grounds. And whereas it is important for Kent School District parents, students, teachers, and school administrators to be aware of bullying and to encourage discussion of the problem as a school community. And whereas the Kent School Board has an active policy prohibiting harassment, intimidation, and bullying, encouraging positive behaviors, and eliminating bullying behaviors for all students, employees, parents, and/or legal guardians, volunteers, and community members, now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Kent School District recognizes the month of October 2022 as National Bullying Prevention Month in the Kent School District, with the intention that the issue of bullying and its prevention be discussed in Kent School Districts and classrooms during that time.
Just 1 second here. I have a note that we have a comment,
Yes, President Hamada, I'll
an
ask.
online comment. Forgive me, that's
Yeah,
a
I'll
little
ask Ms. Curry to come up to read that online
Okay,
comment.
thank you.
Good evening, President Hamada, members of the board, Superintendent Vella. This comment is regarding 2.01. And this comment has been sent to us by Michelle Bettinger. The October 5th work session was disturbing. I ask certain KSD governance team members to consider the behavior this community witnessed in that meeting. How can you protect children if you don't recognize and stop bullying behavior in your own ranks? Policy language has legal implications. Current Policy 1002, Bullet 7, share the responsibility for all board decisions regardless of individual votes. This aligns with RCW 28A 150230, Board Director Responsibilities. The legal definition of the word responsible, a person or body who can be held accountable for carrying out a duty. In the context of administrative agencies, an agency is responsible to the body who delegated the power to the agency. Voters delegated power to this board. Nowhere in RCW 28A.150.230 is the word support, the legal definition of which is to promote the interests or cause, to uphold or defend as valid or right, to argue or vote for. On October 5th, the community witnessed how the word support was weaponized by members of the governance team to harass, intimidate, and bully colleagues. RCW 23B.08.240 allows for dissent if the director did not vote in favor of the action. RCW 28A.320.015 allows school boards broad discretionary powers to adopt policies that aren't in conflict with established law. When establishing policy that will span years, best practice would ensure a final version based on state and federal law. Policies written to silence officials with disregard to law will have the impact of harassing, intimidating, or bullying constituents through those they elected to represent them and sets a dangerous precedent. Also dangerous was District Council's veiled threat of breach of the superintendent's contract. The majority bloc selected the superintendent and approved the contract. Did those actions also violate their oath of office and decimate the rights of their constituents to be fully represented? Is the superintendent's contract so fragile that no director can exercise First Amendment rights without triggering breach of contract and subsequent payout? If yes, then the board works for the superintendent in violation of law. Great leaders welcome debate. Prior to 2018, protocol guidelines encouraged it. Reading in part, conduct of a board member is very important. We encourage debate and differing points of view, and we will do it with care and respect. It's only in cultures of abuse, harassment, intimidation, and bullying where dissent is forbidden, silence demanded. Directors pushing for these changes currently enjoy the privilege of sitting in a majority voting bloc. 3 board positions are up for election soon. Have current directors considered they may no longer be in the majority, may themselves be called to support, in word or action, a majority decision that violates law or a deeply held belief?
Thank you. All right. We're on to 2.02, Proclamation on Filipino American Heritage History Month. Director Farah, please.
Thank you, President Hamada. Whereas Filipino Americans are one of the largest Asian American and Pacific Islander ethnic population in Washington state and the second largest in the United States. And whereas Filipino Americans contribute to the enrichment and quality of life in our state and the nation. And whereas the earliest documented Filipino presence in the continental United States was October 18, 1587, when the first Luzones, I hope I don't butcher the name, Luzones Indios arrived in Morro Bay, California. And whereas Filipino American History Month provides an opportunity to promote the study of Filipino American history and culture, recognizing the richness of Filipino American ethnicity, and honor the contributions of Filipino Americans, especially their service with distinction in the United States military. And whereas Washington's educational leaders are developing programs and resources to support stronger partnerships between families, schools, and communities. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Directors of Kent School District joins Washington State Governor J. Inslee and Washington State House of Representatives in proclaiming the month of October as Filipino American History Month, signed this 12th day of October 2022 by all board members and Secretary of the Board, Israel Bella.
Thank you. We're on to 2.03, Proclamation on National Principals Month. Vice President Bella.
Thank you. For all those of you who don't know, I actually have my principal certification. I just don't do it.
Really?
No shade, no shade. I just like the classroom. I just like the classroom. All right. Kent School District Proclamation National Principals Month. Whereas the National Association of Secondary School Principals and the National Association of Elementary School Principals have declared the month of October 2022 as National Principals Month. Whereas principals are educational visionaries, instructional and assessment leaders, disciplinarians, community builders, budget analysts, facilities managers, and administrators of legal and contractual obligations. Whereas principals work collectively or collaboratively with teachers and parents to develop and implement a clear vision, mission, high curriculum standards, and performance goals. Whereas principals create school environments that facilitate great teaching and learning and continuous school improvement. Whereas the vision, actions, and dedication of principals provide the mobilizing force behind any school reform effort. Whereas the celebration of National Principals Month honors elementary school, middle school, and high school principals in ensuring that every child has access to a high-quality education. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Kent School District proclaim the month of October 2022 as National Principals Month, signed this 12th day of October 2022 by the Kent School Board of Directors and Israel Vela, Secretary to the Board.
Point of privilege. Do we have any principals in the room? If you wouldn't mind standing, please. I know we have one. Thank you, and it's nice to say thank you in person. We appreciate it, believe me. You have a hard job, and you do a good job of it. All right, I get the pleasure on 2.04 to read a proclamation on the National School Lunch Week, and here goes. Whereas having access to and eating a nutritious lunch is an important part of a student's educational day and positively impacts their ability to learn. And whereas the Kent School District is an active participant in the National School Lunch Program, which is dedicated to the health and well-being of our nation's children with the goal to provide nutritional, attractive, and currently free lunches to all students and other children 18 years of age and younger. Whereas the district staff of the Nutrition Services Department work together to provide a quality lunch program that offers healthy meals that include local and regional food products identified through an expanding farm-to-school program and actively supports the goals of the academic community. And whereas this year's theme, Peace, Love, and School Lunch, is a timely reminder that research shows that children who participate in the school lunch program perform better in their academics. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Kent School District Board of Directors supports the work of the nutrition services staff and proudly proclaims the week of October 10th through the 14th, 2022, National School Lunch Week in the Kent School District, signed this 12th day of October, 2022, by the Board of Directors and the Secretary of the Board. All right. Do we have anybody in the lunch program or the nutrition program? Oh, wonderful. Come on up you want to go to the mic so we can all hear you?
All righty. Thank you to Superintendent Villa and the Kent School District Board. It's an honor to accept the proclamation on behalf of all the lunch heroes in the Kent School District. I would like to give a shout out to our Kent School District lunch heroes. This summer, we had over 30 nutrition staff who worked, including myself, feeding our kids in the Kent community. This spring at the International Festival, I had my debut as Andy, the lunch hero, putting smiles on kids' faces and reminding parents about the summer feeding program and to fill out their meal applications for the new year. Year-round, we have over 120 staff who work tirelessly to feed breakfast and lunch to our students every day. You can find our lunch heroes as early as 5:30 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I love the addition of the cape.
Yes.
You certainly do qualify to wear that, all of you, so thank you again for coming. All righty. We are on to preliminary communication from the audience. And 3.0, and the way we do that is first, we have student comments. Do we have any student comments?
I don't believe so at this time. Those are the only two public comments.
These are the only two? Okay. All right, first up is Nancy Brown.
My name is Nancy Brown, and first of all, I want to thank you for allowing time for us to speak. It's been a long time since I've been at a school board meeting. My children, my grandchildren all went to the Kent schools, and now my great-grandchildren are going to the Kent schools. Tonight, I am concerned about two things I've heard about, but I want to share something with you first. I witnessed something recently that happened on the news. There were several little children that were ages like 2 to 3 years of age, And they were standing on a street corner with 2 police officers. The children went up and started hitting the police officers, kicking the police officers, and swearing at them with adult language. I was horrified when I saw that, and I thought, what are we teaching our children? That's society abuse, I think, societal abuse of our children. But thinking about what we're teaching our children, of course, with 2 great-grandchildren in the schools here, I am very concerned about a couple things I've heard about, and I really ask for your help to understand. The first one is called critical race theory. And as I thought about it and I heard about it, I thought, how would a child feel if their father was black and their mother was white, and they heard the mother was the oppressor and the father was a victim? And then I thought, what about that little child if they had friends that some of them were black, some of them were white, or other colors? You know, how are they going to feel? The other thing that was troubling was to hear about transgenderism. And all I know is a little child, if they think, you know, how much they think about whether they're a boy or a girl, I don't know. But I'm wondering how much they're confused by what they're told. I just need input. I would request the board, if somebody would write to me and give me some information, I would really appreciate it. And I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Okay, next up is Shannon Jefferson Hernandez.
I have additional copies if anybody would like it. It will also get published. Good evening. My name is Shannon Jepson Hernandez. I am a Kent School District employee. I have been speaking out publicly for over 7 years about the corruption between KSD administration and its school board members. I am one of the founding members of the 27 KSD for Change, a community watchdog group comprised of staff, parents, community members, lawyers, and accountants. Our members contribute their professional perspectives to monitoring KSD operations. We have never retained a lawyer or legal representation. On October 7th, the 27 KSD for Change email account was sent a letter addressed to only me, a Kent School District employee from Porter, Foster, and Rorick, where I was directed to comply to their requests. I am stating for the record, this is deemed retaliation towards a staff member for exercising my First Amendment rights by advocating to protect my students, children, and coworkers from the conflicts of interest continuing between school board members and KSD administration. I have been an established whistleblower for many years, and I find these tactics to be intimidating, most likely in an effort to silence me or scare me from continuing my advocacy. The superintendent is fully aware I am a staff member, as we have worked frequently together in the past. His approval of retaining a lawyer on behalf of school board members to directly address and intimidate a staff member is unprofessional and likely illegal. Retaliation is illegal, and I'm here to bring it to the public's attention. On January 19th, 2022, the members of this board, minus Director Margal, attended a work session presented by Porter, Foster, and Rorick, the same legal firm that sent me a letter. It was titled Board Member Open Government Refresher, where your team was trained on the topics of conflict of interest and OPMA. On August 24th, I stood before you publicly giving notice of our groups seeking to recall the board due to malfeasance and misfeasance. We also sent an email to each board member inviting them to meet, hoping for an effort by board members to correct violations of policy and procedure. On August 26th, I personally interviewed Director Tim Clark after he crossed the picket line at Mill Creek Middle School. This was captured on video and was in the presence of Mill Creek teachers as well as Director Bento. It was during this interaction I requested Director Clark to return to Mill Creek to meet with us teachers to better understand our concerns. He neither returned nor did he reply to my request to meet. In fact, of the directors requested to meet, only Directors Bento and Hamada replied. In 2021, under the leadership of Watts, this board was in the same position in regards to a potential recall, and the request for legal representation was on the agenda for the board to vote. Today at 3:50 p.m., Lori Waite sent an email to Paul Brockvogel requesting a link to verify when the board approved retaining legal counsel for a potential recall of board members, a recall that has yet to be filed, or to explain why a KSD administration felt board approval wasn't necessary. It appears as though you violated RCW 4.96.043413. How is it my employer is using the same lawyer that helped negotiate the contract of which I am employed to defend and protect this school board, whom has the power to make decisions that directly impact me? How is it everyone is okay with intimidating an employee to silence their voice? It is these issues why I choose to stand up and speak out. It is this board repeatedly operating in the shadows where board members' votes seem bought and staff and students suffer for it. You can strong-arm me, scare me, and intimidate me all you want. You are not going to stop me from seeking the truth and fighting for justice. Remember, this is National Anti-Bullying Month.
All right. Do we have any more comments? That's all we have? Okay. No online?
No online general comments tonight.
Okay, thank you. Just double checking, I don't want to miss anything here. All right, we're on to 4.0, and that's the superintendent's report, and Superintendent Vella.
Thank you, President Hamada, and thank you, members of the board. Tonight, as I begin my report, I want to share my vision and vision statement once again, building bridges, every student, every voice, every day. As you know, words matter. And to genuinely connect and listen to our students, families, staff, and community is one of the most important goals we can strive to achieve. You will see and hear this statement throughout the school year to help us focus on keeping students at the center of every decision. This emphasis on student-centered learning will help ensure all students have access to meaningful opportunities to acquire the skills and knowledge necessary to reach their potential. And our actions are just as important as what we say. As we look at a systems approach of aligning our district to best practices with students at the center, I want to express my sincere appreciation to the Middle School Model Committee. This committee has met numerous times during the last 8 months, focusing on creating a 6th, 7th, and 8th grade model that is inclusive for all students and families. This committee is comprised of parents, staff, and community members who have dedicated their time and energy to provide a recommendation to the board that will ensure a successful 6th grade transition. We thank this committee for their service to the students and families of the Kent School District. This committee is also part of a larger initiative to review school boundaries to balance enrollment at our Title I and under-resourced schools. To accomplish this goal, we will need to reopen the current facility known as the former Sequoia Middle School, which recently housed the Kent Phoenix and Kent Mountain View Academies. If you recall, Kent Phoenix and Kent Mountain View Academies combined into the new Kent Laboratory Academy, with the opening of its new building as a part of the 2016 bond. We thank our voters for their vision and support to provide this state-of-the-art facility for our students. Last Friday, the board and I had the opportunity to take a field trip to tour the former Kent Phoenix and Kent Mountain View building to see and hear about the completed and planned renovations to support a 6th, 7th, and 8th grade middle school model. I'm excited about the progress being made on our proposed new middle school that will align student learning with state standards and in alignment with surrounding school districts. We are also looking forward to hearing from our Boundary Change Review Committee on its recommendations to the school board at an upcoming work session this upcoming October 19th at 5 p.m. Information will be available on our website about the recommended changes. This is an exciting time in KSD as we move forward together to update our facilities for every student, every voice, every day. Earlier, I mentioned our board field trip. Part of that trip included a tour of Kent Meridian High School, where we saw firsthand some of the completed 2016 bond projects. This bond will be expiring soon, and with that in mind, our Associate Superintendent of Strategic Initiatives and Operations, Dr. Wade Behringer, is facilitating a bond planning task force. This task force is focused on analyzing data produced from thorough internal and third-party assessments of each facility. This analysis will determine a set of recommendations to support a list of capital projects, which, if approved, will be put forward to voters. This is important work to provide equitable and safe learning environments that our students need to be successful. We look forward to the work session on October 26th to hear more about this important work. October is a busy month in our classrooms and across our district. This month, we observe many month and week-long celebrations. One of the celebrations is National School Lunch Week. The efforts of our nutrition services staff in providing nutritional meals to support student success during a pandemic and continuing into the school year is remarkable. Please watch this short video and learn about our nutrition services and the meals they provide.
At Kent School District, we are dedicated to help build strong bodies and minds by serving quality meals. School nutrition plays a major role in bettering the health of all students. We are committed to providing a complete breakfast and lunch program for our students. Breakfast and lunch are available at no cost or at a reduced price for qualifying students. Families can apply online or in person at their school anytime during the school year. Only one application is required each year per family. No student is ever turned away from lunch because of their ability to pay. Our nutrition services team is on a mission to support student success through providing nourishing breakfast and lunch choices. When KSD students regularly eat balanced and nutritious meals, they focus better in class, participate more eagerly, and most importantly, they learn better. It is important to learn healthy eating habits early. Our schools are a perfect setting to teach our students to practice healthy habits when it comes to making food and beverage choices. Our nutrition services team provides a community service that helps make learning easier with healthy school meals, because education should always be at the top of the menu.
If you're a college student, keep watching. One of my least favorite things about writing papers in college was remembering the correct format for my citations. In high school,
Thank you, Ms. Curry. During a recent visit to Kent Lake High School, I was privileged to greet and meet nutrition services staff, Devana and Lauren Hinch, a mother and daughter team working together in the lunchroom at Kent Lake. I thank them for their service to our students and families, and I want to extend that same thanks to all the hardworking nutrition services staff across the district as we celebrate National School Lunch Week. We celebrate National Hispanic Heritage Month from September 15th to October 15th. The theme for 2022 is Unidos, inclusivity for a stronger nation. Inclusivity will build a stronger nation, a stronger state, a stronger city, a stronger community, and school district. We will continue our focus on equity and inclusivity by building bridges and listening to every voice every day. There are just a few of the celebrations that these are we recognize this month. Please take a moment to celebrate all the many recognitions happening during October and thank our team KSD members as we work together to make this a positive, healthy, safe, and successful year for our students. This concludes my report.
Thank you. And we're up to 5.0, the legislative update. And I would want to remind anybody that wants to make a public comment, if you'll get them, this is the last time you're going to have your shot. So did I see anybody go out there and put a public comment that needs to go back here? Has everybody got their public comments back here that needs to be?
Ms. Curry, do you have any other public comments?
They're actually regarding later topic.
Yeah, so they're on another topic.
Okay. Does it, all of them are in there that need to be, right? Okay.
There's some confusion about public comment right now. In the past, we've been able to speak at public time and also to agenda items, but right now we're being told that we only get to speak one time to any of those. So has that rule changed?
I think we're going to stick with our agenda. I'm not sure what you're speaking to. That's
Some of us have put in to
okay.
speak on different items and we're being told we can't.
Whoa. This is all new to me. We can't do this tonight. We've got to continue.
We haven't started the legislative rep, so.
Pardon me?
We have not started the legislative rep.
Okay.
So they have a call.
Okay. So they can make another comment? Okay. All right. To clarify, if you want to comment on another item, you can bring them up to give them to Ms. Sisley back here, so I don't know what you're addressing here. I just want to make sure everybody's pleased. And, all right, we're going to go on to the legislative report. Director Fair.
Yes, okay, then I just must say first, thank you. General Assembly for WASDA is done. We've been talking about this since last year. It's started from September 30th through October 1st. And we, as a board, had the ability to submit 10 priorities, the top 10 priorities. But after we worked through the priorities, we were able to come up with 8. And that was our top priority. When I say our, it's the KSD. And this is, collective work, and it came from both the board and the staff, led by Superintendent Vela. And it started Friday at 8:30, September 30th, and it ended 5 p.m. I've asked for some of you to come in and help me out, but no takers. Everybody said, oh, well, you got the ball, go for it. So we sat through. WASDA had 70 legislative priorities. Some of them were recommended to support from the WASDA Legislative Committee, and some of them were not to support from the WASDA Legislative Committee. And we went through all of them. I must say, the passion of those people that participated in the legislative assembly, it was really something that, it was my first time, and I really was amazed how much care they put into what needs to be supported and what does not need to be supported. And we had a very vivid debate on issues that, smaller districts are dealing with and they need support, and larger districts are struggling with and needed support. But at the end, the passion came through, and it was really eye-opening, and I learned a lot from that assembly, and understood how much work that goes into the preparation of this assembly, and how people are very passionate about. I can say that when they said this was online, that people were going to attend, I was really happy about that. But then I went Friday and Saturday and kind of thought through and realized that it would have been better if it was face-to-face. I really, now I look back, now I see that, because there are nuances that you don't get online that I was hoping. I mean, I really missed that. So I can say that next year I'll be the first one to recommend it to be face-to-face, because it really had a different vibe. And to think of it, like, I couldn't even see who was attending. It was just showing the podium and who was speaking at the time, either the president or whomever was speaking to read up the priority, but you didn't really see who was behind the camera. And if we were all sitting in the same room, I would have felt that and been able to feed off of that energy and understood what was actually recommended, or how I should be voting, and what have you. After the assembly, they asked us to submit a form, and I was able to submit our 8 priorities and send it into WASDA, so that they will be able to combine them and then recommend them to the legislative body of the Washington State legislative body. I will start meeting with our legislative reps and ask them to make sure that they hear from us as a district and what is our priority. And I might ask few of you to help me attend these meetings. I want to make sure that I want to thank the board for that tremendous work that we've completed. And I also want to thank Superintendent Vela and his team of making sure that they help me with this endeavor. I really want to give special thanks to Naomi. Amazing. She not only put together the spreadsheet she made sure every board member voted, and then did the calculation, and was able to give me all of that. So with the work that we do, we have amazing staff behind us that help us achieve the goals that we set ourselves for. So I can't emphasize enough the thank you to say the staff. Thank you for helping us achieve this. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much, Director Farah. Yeah, I mean, we all pitched in and got that done, but she did all the work of putting it together and getting it in. And whether you realize it or not, every district that puts this in, and the power of WASDA as a whole to get things done is extremely important. So we need to keep participating in that in any way we can. Because there's been a little confusion tonight, I'm going to call on our executive assistant, Ms. Centella, to talk about public comment protocol.
Thank you, Ms. Centella. If you could, for the board, go over the public comment protocol.
Thank you, Superintendent Vella, President Hamada, and members of the board. Good evening. I do understand that there is some confusion with regard to audience participation and specifically public comment. Tonight, I believe there's some added confusion because we do have a second opportunity for comment under the public hearing for redrawing board director boundary lines. To give an example, under a standard meeting where we don't have a public comment, or excuse me, a public hearing taking place, members of the community have 3 minutes to exercise their comments that they wish to make, whether it's made towards an item specific to the agenda or an item not on the agenda, or a combination thereof. It is to their discretion how they utilize that 3 minutes. We simply try to guide them as to if it's a general comment, then it takes place during the first 30 minutes, or if there's many comments, perhaps in the latter part of the agenda. If it's an item that is solely unto an agenda-specific item, then we place their comment at that time. Regardless of the topic, they are limited to 3 minutes. A secondary opportunity is available for a comment on evenings when public hearing is taking place. The comment must be specific and relevant to the topic of the item under which public hearing is being held. This evening, the comment is specific, or the public hearing is specific to redrawing of the board director district boundary lines. So I hope that provides clarification for further information. I'll refer to policy 1430 and procedure 1430P.
Thank you, Ms. Santella. I'm going to take a point of privilege and ask our super nutrition gentleman to join us up front here for a picture with the board, if you would please do that. Who's going to take that picture?
Right up here, Andy.
All right, we're on to six point oh, presentation. 6.01, the Kent School District Middle School Model Alignment Proposal. I'm going to call on Superintendent Villa for introductions. Superintendent Villa.
I'd like to go ahead and invite Dr. Wade Behringer back up to the...
Time is up already.
Dr. Behringer.
Carolyn's already cutting me off, and I haven't even gotten to the podium yet. President Hamada, members of the board, Superintendent Vella, Ms. Antello, again, appreciate the opportunity. I don't mean to sound like a broken record. I know that I've spent some time in front of you over the last couple of weeks and various members of our committees as well. This is a little bit more of the presentation leading up to the opportunity for the resolution later on in the agenda. So we're excited to be here this evening to share with you the presentation. This has been a long time coming in the Kent School District. This is my 19th year in Kent, And since I've been in Kent, we've been talking about moving sixth grade to middle school at various times, and some, having a little bit more momentum than others. But the fact of the matter is we're here right now in October of 2022. We spent some time with a work session on September 28th, again, followed up with another work session this evening, specifically focusing on the 6th, 7th, 8th grade middle school alignment and the reopening of the new middle school, or the old Sequoia, old KPA, old Camp Mountain View, into a new middle school. And so this presentation will be fairly short. There's nothing on these slides you haven't already seen, either in the narrative or in a previous presentation, but I do want to make sure that we give this the time that's due. So we'll go ahead and get started. This slide here basically summarizes how we got to where we are today. So this is the February 21 board action. So you've got the motion that was approved in February of 21, and then the motion that failed in February of 21, therefore kind of directing and leading us to the work that we've been doing for the last year and a half to varying degrees. Specifically, some of the conversion work that we've done at the old Sequoia site in preparation for the new middle school coming online. So, which was shared with you in a little bit more detail this evening by Executive Director of Operations and Facilities, Dave Buzzard, in our work session. Our focus, as we shared during our work session at the end of September, really is to make sure that we're setting the stage for this resolution this evening. We have clearly stated our goals. Our Boundary Change Review Committee, as well as the Middle School Model Committee, have stated our goals pretty clearly about the work that we've been doing for the last, since March of 2022 in our committee work. And again, a special thanks to all of our committee members who are here or not able to join us this evening, whether they be staff, parents, or community members. Your commitment and your voice and your perspective is definitely appreciated. So thank you very much for that. As we've shared in the past, we believe that sixth grade moving to a 6, 7, 8 middle school is where academically appropriate education will occur. As we've stated and Randy has stated and we've shared in previous sessions, that's where it makes sense. Not just academically, but also socially and emotionally. We talked a little bit last work session around our 11 to 14-year-olds and where they fall as far as behavior and social and emotional growth and development versus our kindergarten through 5th grade. What makes the most sense? And so we've made that case, I believe, and hopefully you see that as well. We have also spent time, and you know that we have several subcommittees on the Middle School Model Committee that are working intentionally in these areas that have been shared. And we know that even though there wasn't a full-fledged plan to be able to share on specific items tonight during the work session, know that that work is definitely happening and it will be ready to share and come back to the board so you are confident in the work that we are doing to prepare our students for that transition. Dave Buzzard shared in a little bit more detail than what's on this slide the work that we have done on the new middle school as far as those conversion projects. And I stated a little bit earlier that those projects were already slated from the 2018 levy, and that allowed us to be able to do that when this last year after KLA moved. It allowed us to be able to do that work without having a lot of students in the building, except for our students that are part of our top program. Dave also shared this evening a very long, exhaustive, probably not exhaustive list of the new projects and the upgrades that would be done to this building. And he also shared that he would be coming back to the board on October 26th to share with you a proposal and ask for your permission to be able to access our residual or levy contingency funds. And to his words, he'll come in less than $8 million. For the projects that will allow us to get the new middle school up to a level that we want to use, that we want to consider as a prototype. Again, there's been a lot of comments out there, oh, it was built in 1966, it's old, and how are you going to make an old building feel like a new building? And it's not just the paint on the interior and the exterior, and it's not just the new flooring, but it is, one, what the middle school model committee is putting together, and that experience, that learning environment those kids are going to walk into, but also that physical site. It's going to be that new field that no other middle school in the district has. It's going to be that those outdoor spaces, because there's not a lot of our middle schools that have like interior courtyards literally built inside the middle of the school. So there's a lot of opportunities. Super excited about this opportunity that I truly believe that our middle schoolers are going to love once they get there. We talked a little bit about in the work session. One of the questions was asked about the sixth grade teachers or sixth graders moving to middle school, and what does that look like for staffing? We do have a process. That's something that we are working on. I had a conversation today with Christine Benedetti in regards to coming back to the table with our KEA labor partners, just to make sure that we're really clear on what that process will look like for those opening up those positions, because sixth grade teachers at a middle school, those are different teaching positions than a sixth grade teacher at an elementary school. And we want to make sure that we're setting all of our staff up for success so they know exactly what they're getting into if they choose to move to that middle school role as a sixth grade content area teacher. And as you know, the middle school model committee will continue to finalize their work as far as what's feasible, as far as scheduling for our kids. Again, when we're looking at and doing this work within the middle school model committee, they're looking at the middle school model across all schools, not just the new middle school, but all 7 middle schools that would be in the district at that time. And can we do things differently than what we've done before? Does it always have to be the traditional way, like, oh, we've always done it this way, so we're just going to keep doing it that way because that's the easiest thing to do? The committee members and the subcommittees are working very intentionally around, let's look at if it's feasible about doing things differently and to give our kids a different opportunity in the Kent School District to open up that 23-24 school year. And then we talked a little bit about timeline at the September 28th or 26th, the last week of September, the work session, about needing to kind of bring this to the board now, get this solidified, bring it to you for a vote and approval, because that starts the ripple effect through the rest of our organization as far as getting things taken care of, so we can assure that that transition for our students, for our staff, and for our community is smooth and seamless to begin the beginning of the 23-24 school year, and we look forward to that. So with that, that is my presentation.
Does anyone have any questions?
Wait, I asked this before, and sorry, Mr. Behringer, and Mr. Heath responded to this, but I'd like to go just a little bit more. There's a lot of pros for this, right? We have the space in our schools. There's busing, all of these things, but in the core of all of it is the benefit to our kids. And I hear that there's curriculum design around 6, 7, 8, but that's still, to me, what I really want answered. Is it best for 6th grade students to be in a 6, 7, 8 situation compared to having 6th graders in a K through 6 situation? And so that's just the pure, is this the best thing out there? Because there's a lot of information.
Yes, it is the best thing. Absolutely the best. Research supports it.
Thank you. That's
Staff
what I
in the
want to
district
talk about.
support it. A majority of parents support it. It is absolutely the best thing to do for our kids, and we should have done it a long time ago, as far as I'm concerned. So yes, I can unequivocally say this is absolutely the decision that needs to be made for this district and our kids moving forward. Yes.
Thank you for answering that very clearly.
Very welcome.
I really believe it's long overdue, honestly, because I remember moving to Kent School District and finding out that my kids have to stay in elementary up to 6th grade. I just was, we came from Auburn School District that had 6, 7, and 8.
Yeah.
So
2
it
miles
was-
away.
Yeah, I mean, I was just looking at him going, this is old. So I'm sorry not to, say it, but I mean, it is all long overdue.
I like that we're looking at different models for a middle school. I think like Hogwarts houses or whatever people do. Like there's different models at different schools that do something similar around. But yeah, so I really appreciate all the work that's going into this and all the work that you and your committees have done.
Okay, thank you.
I'm giving it back to President Amata.
Well, I just wanted to comment, the tour brought it. Again, I've been in those buildings several times, but seeing it again and going through it, I wonder if you could just take a few minutes to talk about the wonderful field that you're going to have out there, just that sports field that we hope to finish, maybe not at the beginning of the year, but when people are thinking that we're just sending them into a school that doesn't even have a sports field.
Absolutely. Great question, President Amata. And again, having a sports background myself, being a coach, having been a college athlete, school is all about sports.
Yes.
It's all about a whole bunch of things. The whole child is absolutely critical when we think about kids, when we think about our students now, and we think about our building design and what we're going to do for schools. But having a sports facility that allows students to be able to play on year-round, and that's through PE. Classes can use that space, sports using that space. I mean, we think about the opening of the new middle school and the location that it is drawing a large number of students from our Valley and Mill Creek area to be able to kind of pull some of those students off of our Mill Creek, which is our largest middle school right now. So it's going to serve a population maybe not nearly as impacted as Mill Creek, but pretty close. And it's really important that we as a district practice what we preach when we talk about equity. And we think about this new school, we have an opportunity. We have funds available to us. We have an opportunity to give our kids something that right now no other middle school has, but you'll learn about that in 2 weeks at a bond conversation. So when we open that door, when they open the door, that those kids will say, we're the only middle school that has this. And that's a great thing. And again, I think, when we originally talked about this at the work session, and the question was, do you think you can do it? Do you think you can do it? I asked Dave, I texted him right then, and I said, can we get this done by the first day of school? He's like, it's going to be tight. And then he talked to his people, because he has a whole grocery list of people, and they said, yeah, we can probably do it. Which is why we're pretty confident that it can be done, but we're also not naive to the fact that life happens. But the fact of the matter is, when Dave brings his list and his proposal to you on October 26th, that's going to be on there, and we will work to get that done, just like every single other thing on that list to get done for those kids, because we want them to walk in that door and go, wow, this is amazing. And we want our community and parents to walk in that door and go, this is a 70-year-old building or a 60-year-old building? So that's really a big deal, because we're asking a lot of our kids, change schools, change boundaries, change the way that they've known elementary school and what middle school they were going to go to before we got this. Parents the same way. That's a huge impact. So what we need to do as a district is make sure that we've done everything we can to make that transition as seamless, as welcoming, as warm and comfortable, because we know it's not going to be easy on everybody.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard some comments from emails I've gotten that we're gonna, we're just sending them into an old building and we don't care about these kids and stuff. But I think it's gonna be really exciting to see as all the different things on it, that are gonna be there that they don't even realize. And I think that the community is gonna be pleasantly surprised. And to be able to say, well, I'm sure it's going to follow with other middle schools wanting a field like that, but I think that's something to brag about. And so I'm very pleased in all the work that's done. Can't thank you guys enough. And from our community, the community partners that really played a big part in that.
Yeah, absolutely. Our community partners have been, through thick and thin, put in a lot of time, and not just in the meeting time, but outside of that. They're driving the roads. They're checking things out as far as boundary goes. They're showing up and looking at spaces. They're talking to their neighborhood, their neighbors, they're engaging people, and they're bringing back information. Emails every day, every other day from committee members and parents and community members. They're like, hey, I talked to these neighbors. Here's what they're thinking. Have you thought about this? Great. Share it with the internal team. We start looking through things. That's a great point. We didn't even think about that. And so that's why community and stakeholder voice is so critically important. Yeah, we could sit back in the district. We could do all this ourselves, but we are a community district. We're a school district that we're here to provide services for our community, and so that voice is critically important, and it has not gone unappreciated. That's for sure. So, yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? And I just think I need to make note that Director Clark was not feeling well tonight, and he let me know before he restarted that if he got to feeling not even worse, that he was going to leave. So nothing crazy, he's just not feeling well, so we hope he's feeling better. All right.
Thank you, Dr. Berenger, as well.
Yeah, thank you. All right, we're on to 6.02, redrawing of board director boundaries as required by statute, and I'm going to call on Superintendent Vela for introductions.
Yes, thank you, President. I'd like to introduce Mr. Ben Rarick, our Associate Superintendent of Finance, to begin this presentation.
Good evening, Superintendent Vela, Chair Hamada, and members of the board. So I'm going to beg the board members' indulgence here. This, I believe, is now the third time that you've heard this. So you have the PowerPoint in your packet, but because we are conducting a public hearing, there is certain information I need to make transparent to the whole community. So I won't be going through the full PowerPoint, which is in your packet, but I will be calling attention to certain slides. And then I've brought Ms. Sarah Dumlau, the Assistant Director of Business Services this evening, who I want to recognize as having done all the work. And to the extent that there are any technical questions about the map, she'd be prepared to answer those. And as this appears on your agenda, there's a presentation and then a public hearing. So with the board's indulgence, I'm going to combine both the presentation and my introduction of that hearing, if hearing no disagreement. Okay, so for the benefit of the community, as I know the board already knows, under the law, each school district board of directors is required to adjust its district boundaries to reflect population changes every time you have a census. So the board is considering a proposal this evening to fulfill this requirement and has already conducted one public hearing on June 22nd. And then tonight's hearing is the second public hearing prior to adoption. As required, the boundary adjustment proposal and the associated materials have been published on the website and made available publicly. Just to restate, now I know that the members of the public are hearing a lot about reboundary and boundaries, and I want to avoid confusion, particularly in light of Dr. Berenger's presentation. This has nothing to do with the boundaries that students use to, what school they go to, has nothing to do with school attendance. It's solely about the residency requirements for school board members to run for the seats that you now hold. This evening, there's, just for the sake of clarity about what you are voting on, there are two slides that I want to call your attention to. Specifically, slide number 12. Would you help me get to slide 12 here? I think it's the one that says exhibit on it. Okay. So in the resolution that you have in your packet, the resolution number is Resolution 1631. You'll see at the very conclusion of that resolution a therefore be it resolved that refers to the boundaries presented in the exhibit. So this slide number 12, is labeled in the far left-hand corner as that exhibit. So this is, for your benefit and the members of the public that may be watching, that is what you're voting on this evening. There is a couple other slides that show the changes. And there's slide 9, which also shows the relative population changes that are effectuated by these changes in the boundary. As you'll recall, they weren't that significant because unlike a number of neighboring districts and districts across the state, our changes weren't that dramatic. And so the shape of the districts remains, roughly similar to what it was before. You will see on slide 9 that the proposed adjustments, as reflected in those materials that we showed you from the data firm SDS, would ensure that none of the 5 director districts are more than 100 members of populace away from the proportional targeted number. And importantly, perhaps most importantly, none of the residency requirements reflected in this proposed graph on slide 12 would impact any of the currently sitting members of the boards of directors of the Kent School District. That will complete my presentation. So you have a resolution that you'll be voting on this evening. You now have a public hearing to which you are now legally, we're fulfilling a legal requirement with this hearing for you to hear any comment. And that completes our presentation unless there are questions from the board or the superintendent.
I don't have any. Doesn't
Nothing
look
for
like
me.
it. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Rarick. All right.
Speaking for public hearing or no?
I don't hear anybody. We have no public hearing comments, correct? No. Okay.
Cool.
All right. Our last call, I guess we just made it. All right, we're on to 8.0, correct? Well, we've gone through discussion. All right, we're on to 8.01. Okay.
Mr. Brockvogel?
Just been alerted by our colleagues in the audience here that we technically need to close the public meeting before we
Okay.
proceed.
Okay, so. Hearing no comments, the public hearing is closed. Okay. All right, so we're on to 8.01, correct? And I'm going to call on Superintendent for introductions.
Yep. Thank you, President Hamada. I'd like to bring us back up to speed of where we were the last work session and the purpose for today. Today is a continuation of what we left off on the Superintendent Board Goals and Evaluation Tool. We've made a few changes to it based on the last time that we met together, and we've provided it in your documents. Those changes specifically are in the areas of student engagement. Recall we had quite a bit of conversation around that. We also made a few revisions. You'll notice it noted and highlighted in yellow around the operational rubric, as well as the monitoring of resources and systems. So those are key pieces on the revisions. We'll continue to have more conversations at our October 19th work session where we'll continue to work on this. In addition, we also took comments about the form itself and made some changes, revisions. I think that it's going to make it easier for us to really take a look at. And then down the line, Director Farah, looking at my team coming back to look at those progress monitoring that we talked about. So we're looking forward to that. Tonight, I have Dr. Nyland and Miss Simone Hamilton, who really took a lot of time to really take a look at the comments made and really come up with these changes. They're here tonight with us. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Nyland first, and then also over to Miss Hamilton. So first, Dr. Nyland.
He's muted.
Dr. Nyland, you are muted.
That should be something on the dictionary. You are muted.
There you go.
Enunciated so well, I know. President Hamada and Board of Directors and Superintendent Bella. Thank you for your continued work on this. So I appreciate your flexibility in terms of the schedule, and Superintendent Bella and Executive Cabinet. We talked about one of the earlier diagrams about the overlapping circles. So how does the board and superintendent and cabinet and the schools and the community work together? So thank you for your continued work on this. Thank you for your continued input, and thank you to Executive Cabinet for the work that they've done to try to take that into consideration. So as Superintendent Bella says, there's kind of a little bit of a pause. There were enough changes made that we didn't feel like we could go directly to a second reading, and we wanted to continue that collaborative conversation. So this is basically just saying, can we continue the conversation on the 19th for any other feedback, and then move the second reading to the 26th?
Thank you, Doctor. Discussion?
I have, I guess, feedback, not discussion. I like seeing at the end of the document the goal and progress indicators. And I don't know, maybe this is just me. I think about, I'm having my observation tomorrow, and there's a couple things that they look at and whatever. I just feel like there's so much on here. I just feel like there's almost too much on here. And I don't know, because I don't think that's fair to a superintendent. And I'm just wondering, a lot of these that I see, like for instance, progress indicator, dyslexia plan. Like, what does that mean? Or there's a thing on here about grow your own. Start one, have one. Like, I feel like there needs to be, and I remember having a conversation at our last meeting about like more specific measures. And I think we all said something very similar, but like, what does that look like? And again, I just feel like there's too many. I feel like that we should narrow it down to like we have the 4 goals as like the rocks. So what specifically does it look like to meet those like rocks? And I know that the progress indicators, but I just feel like it's a lot, and I don't think that's fair. Because we don't want to set you up to fail. We want to make sure that we have certain things that we look for. So are we going to start a grow your own program? What does retain KSD staff mean? Is that like 100% of KSD staff, 90%? Like, I don't know what these things mean. And I just think like it would be better, I mean, at least in my head, like that we have a little bit more direct, I don't want to say SMART goals, because I really hate talking about SMART goals, but like more specific goals. Right. I do it with my 9th graders. They hate it, and I get it. But but like something a little bit more specific, like what does that look like? What are the indicators? Like they call it the progress indicators, but they're not as specific as I think they could be. So that's my feedback. I think the document at the top looks like my teacher evaluation, which I appreciate. But I think as far as like just meeting with my principal today and talking about like what specifically do you want me to look for like during this evaluation, and I was like, oh, just one? Well, this is it, right? And not like look for this and this and this. She's only there 40 minutes. So, and I feel like for the year, what exactly are we having you look at? That's my 2 cents.
I appreciate that, Vice President Benno, and that's kind of what my team took the feedback back. And if you notice, there was more to it. So you're right. It's really about honing in on and target in on what we're going to do intentionally, right? So when you see the indicators, those are the intentional pieces that we're going to focus on, because that came from the board. They came from the board. What's behind that is what I just shared earlier, is my team that actually will go in deeper into those, and you were exactly right when you said this looks like that. That's what the WASDA model tried to mimic, is if this is happening for our teachers and our administrators and others within how can this be also a through line with the superintendent and the board working on this together? So we're getting there, and so I appreciate that. We look forward to the 19th to continue that conversation. But I want to make sure I leave time for either Ms. Hamilton or Dr. Lyon to want to share anything more to that.
I think that I would just add that that will come as we continue the conversation, as staff bring back the updates for you, there will be more detailed data. And as those conversations continue, then there'll be better opportunities to set specific targets in the future. So it's coming.
Can I comment on that?
Please.
I truly appreciate the work that is being put in here, but I really would appreciate, once we get the data, it's not 45 minutes that we have to digest a data that has been collected for, however many months, and then we have to make a decision on. What I would like is, if we can get more time, because I remember last time when the student improvement work session, it was 15 minutes, and then we had to, find our way to look through that data and then ask questions at later time. What I would like is, if all possible, to get the data ahead of time, we can digest it on our own, come up with questions, and give us ample time to ask questions. Each board here, of course, we're all politicians, we talk a lot. So I want us to have more time where some of us does not have to leave the work session feeling that they really didn't get the answers of the questions that they wanted to ask. That's all I wanted to add.
And I would second that. It's not a motion, but it's a lot to this, and we've taken a lot of time, starting way in June, to do this, because this is very important to get this right, because from the top leadership down, or from the bottom up, it's all going to reflect what we do and how we get this across and the message across. And if we don't take time in designing this right and getting it right, and yeah, we were supposed to have this by the 15th done, but we're going to talk about that a little while later here, but I think it's more important that the product we put out, just like with our boundaries and our moving sixth graders up, I didn't really like that vote because I knew a lot of teachers wanted them moved up last year, but we've got a lot better product this year because of it. So I'm just saying. So is there any further discussion?
No, I was just going to say what you measure is what you do. And so I appreciate clear measurements. With that said, I have never seen an evaluation that was so dense. 25 pages is immense. I'm used to a much more streamlined version of it. And so there's a lot that goes into it. So I appreciate both the comment of having more time for discussion and really digesting this, and then also having an extended amount of time so I can feel comfortable about it before we move forward. So
No,
I need that time.
I appreciate that. I would like to invite the board to take a look at those changes at the top. Right. And the reason is that's where my team took a lot of time to look at rubrics, and Vice President Beno is familiar with rubrics. Yeah. When you're looking at an end of year or mid-year even evaluation, you're actually making a decision on, an evaluation of what that's going to be, right? And you see a rubric there. What is important is what evidence are you using in order to make that decision to mark basic, distinguished, et cetera. Okay, and that's part of a process. It's a learning process. And Director Margell, there are different types of evaluations that are out there in the business world. In education, we have a number of things that happen. We have not tried to be streamlined, I believe, here in Kent until, as President Amadas had mentioned in June, we tried to really work toward that end so that we're all working toward the same targeted goal, if you will. So we look forward to coming back for you in the 19th and then in the 26th, making that second read, if you will. I also wanted to point out that today was really about that you'll vote yesterday, later in the agenda, in a discussion and approval, to extend that time. The deadline was the 15th, and as President Amadas mentioned, we don't want to rush something that we want to get just right. So I appreciate the comments, and I'll leave the last couple of minutes to Dr. Nyland or Ms. Hamilton. Simone?
Go for it, Larry. I was just going to offer that I'm really proud of the work my team and I did on the indicator as it relates to student engagement. We took a lot of your feedback around that, and also to build off what we learned from the students in the listening session and our ongoing work of kind of how to push us as adults in the system to not just like take in their voice, but to support and to actually see to fruition a lot of their ideas once. And I totally agree with you, Director Margell, around like, if you can't measure what you value, you can only value what you can measure. And in the work that we're doing with students, right now, we do a lot of outcome-based measurement. We're measuring a lot of the outcomes of student performance, of their engagement, and this and that. But one area of growth in the public education system nationally is understanding how to measure the educational experience as it relates to their well-being, their belonging, their inclusion, and accessibility to needs and services. And that's an area that a lot of people are pioneering. In the past, there's been surveys through companies like Panorama that just ask kind of very surface level questions of, do you feel connected to your space? Do you feel connected to others? Which are great starting points, but don't give us anything tangible to really investigate and modify and change for students. So what part of the work that we're doing with students going into this year, and a focus of Equity Council, and I've been working great with the research team on how do we collect all of the information nationally, some of the new and coming research coming out about how do we measure student agency, how do we measure their belonging, how do we measure the differences between their belief, the belief gap of what they believe they can do versus what they want to do. So those are the areas that we have a lot of growth and opportunity on. And some of the other opportunities that our students are engaging in, whether it's the Youth Wisdom Council through the PSDSD work, elevating youth voices of color, is basically organizing all of that brain power with students and those in our regional and neighboring districts around a collective approach to do that. Because if we don't establish a practice or a baseline, it's hard to measure these things, not only over a time, but also in comparison to the other environments. So I'm excited about where we're growing in there, but also recognizing that we're kind of having to make them up and, and try, and these metrics don't exist yet as it pertains to student engagement and voice. But I'm excited, and the students are encouraged and excited to have those conversations and try some of those out.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, thank you. And again, the document itself that we put out there, to be fully transparent, is excessively long. And I've never seen that in my business career. But again, one of the things that was lacking in the last two evaluations that I've done for a superintendent, and that didn't include our interim superintendent, we just didn't have a good handle on an evaluation. And going through this process to learn as a governing board, and with Dr. Nyland's expertise on this, has been very helpful to me. And it may be a long process, but we have to keep at the end of this process evaluating a superintendent, and all the things that get into that and all the people that make up to that is centered on our students and our students doing better. And that's what we're about here. It might take a little more longer time, but we're going to get there. And quite frankly, in other districts, because I've asked, this process is not all completely taken care of and done. It's just starting in other districts, so we're not doing anything different than other districts are doing. Just so I want to put that out there. All right, I assume we're done with discussions, and we're on to 9.0. And that would be, the first off on that would be 9.01. And 9.01 is a motion to suspend board policy 1420, requiring three days advance notice to the board of relevant information on a motion item prior to a board meeting. And to have a discussion, I would like to first of all entertain a motion.
I move that we approve 9.01 motion to suspend board policy 1420, requiring 3 days advance notice to the board of relevant information on a motion item prior to a board meeting. Anyone second?
Point of order. I'm sorry, are we voting on to open discussion on this, or to, just to open discussion?
We need a second.
We need a second to
I-
open the
But I want to just make sure we're opening
Yes.
discussion, not
Yes.
voting on it.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, I second.
Okay.
It has been moved and seconded. Discussion.
Okay, so I.
May I,
okay.
I'd like to,
Okay, okay.
I'd like to invite our general counsel, Mr. Paul
Thank you.
Brockvogel,
Thank you.
to come up and share a comment about this and then open up for questions. So,
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Villa. This is really sort of a matter of first impression, and I've spoken to a number of you before this. The board has a policy called 1420 that has this 3-day notice requirement that we would generally give materials attendant with any motion item to the board 3 days advance of that motion. And we've tried to comply with that, though there's been several times we haven't been able to. And the board has taken action, as they probably should, regardless of that technical requirement. In this case, there are a few items, such as the CBAs that are seeking approval and some other matters, that are really urgent for both labor relations and the betterment of the district. And we don't want to put that off to the next regular meeting. We don't think it's necessary to have a special meeting. So we had maybe 2.5 days of advance notice, not entirely 3. So substantively, we complied with it. So there's a technical deviation. The good news is, though, you adopted in March 22 the ability to suspend a policy upon affirmative vote if you have notice of that issue on the agenda. And that's why I sent out the notice to you. And so you can suspend that 3 days notice. And we're recommending that you do that and proceed with the substantive motions of adopting the CBAs and dealing with the superintendent's contract and so forth, because those matters are urgent. And they are old matters. These things have been before you for months now, and particularly the CBAs. So in other words, there's no prejudice to your ability to comprehend this. There's no lack of information that you would have gained by a few more hours of notice. It truly is a technical procedural deviation from the rule. But we're sort of doing this belt and suspenders. We wanted to make a formal motion to suspend the 3-day requirement for just today only, so the public knows that that was the intent. The motion was to suspend the 3-day notice for just today, because we want to get those things done. I would also say that it does make sense that that you take substantive action on this, because at any point, any one of you could amend the agenda anyway. That would be in direct conflict with this 3-day notice. So they really don't work well together, but this is an easy fix. It reads all of our policies consistent with each other, avoids the conflict, which is what you're supposed to do when there is a statutory or policy conflict. So I hope that helps and doesn't confuse things.
Mr. Brockville, before you finish, would you explain the difference between policies and law?
Certainly. Policies are different than law. They take a lesser importance, and there are different kinds of policies. State law applies to what the board does and the school district does in various forms under Title 28A. And some policies are required by state law. Some are not. Some are discretionary. In particular, those discretionary policies are the ones that are procedural in nature, the ones that govern your conduct and how you choose to conduct your business, and that is fully within your discretion. So the idea that you're suspending one of your policies, again, is fully within your discretion and is not in conflict with state law.
Thank you. Discussion?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I think the title of this is alarming to many. And even when I first read it myself, I was like, what? I need time to be able to digest things and get information. And so I very much appreciate that you're talking about that. It is specific to tonight. It's specific to items that we've had a significant amount of time to be able to look at, have had public comment, have had, you know, anything that people have wanted to have. Plus, we have the right to amend the agenda anytime, but this is a very narrow change. So thank you very much. I guess that was not a question, that was a comment.
Wait, I just have a quick question, Paul. So just to, and so I understand this clearly, that by having this policy that we, as board, you know, devised it and put it together, all the time that we have been adding, we were actually breaking our own policy?
It could be argued, those are not entirely consistent. If there were documents attended with those motions, those amendments, then they should have been given to you 3 days before. I don't think most of those amended items, such as personnel items, had documents with them.
Okay.
So you're safe in that regard. But you do recognize that there's a bit of tension between those two policies.
Right.
And we'll come back with an amendment that, that the board can settle on that sort of reconciles those.
And to add on to this, because of the fact that we didn't get the items that are on the agenda tonight 3 days prior to the night's meeting, that's why we will need to suspend this policy for this meeting only, and then go back and later on.
Right. And to Director Margel's point, that motion may need to be amended, the one that's on the floor, because it did not specifically say for this tonight only.
Okay, so that we have to, yeah.
And thank you, Director Margel, for pointing that out.
Thank you.
I mean, I guess for me, part of the work that we do is like following our policies. And I know that we have a policy that says we can suspend, but I think about like the 3-day notice isn't just for us, because our public watches us too, and the public wants the documents and stuff ahead of time, so they can be prepared to make public comment. And even and technically they have even less time than us, because they have a 24-hour window before the board meeting so they can make comments. And so to me, I think it's important that we follow this. I don't know if I'm interested in the future amending, because I would really like things ahead of time than not. I don't want, and I know this is just for tonight, but like thinking ahead, I just think it's really important that we get information. We all have busy lives, and it's really hard if we don't have things ahead of time to digest information so we can ask questions. So for me, it's just like, I'm thinking of all the like special meetings we had over the summer, and it's just like, why couldn't we do a special meeting for like tomorrow or like something? So to me, my brain is just like, well, why do we have to suspend a policy? Why couldn't we just have a special meeting and, you know, vote on the documents? But that's just my brain, because to me, it feels like it would have been the same with all the special meetings we had. So for me, it's just like, we should just follow our policies. This is what our policy says. We'll just do it. But I also know that there's a policy that says we can also suspend, so
No, I
that's where my brain is.
I appreciate that, Vice President Beno. I think if we do come back and have a conversation, I think it'd be a good conversation to have together on, so what types of things need more days versus what types of things need less, or, I mean, there are a lot of things. There are things that come up, not simply like contracts or, you know, deadlines. So I would be interested to hear the board's thoughts around, you know, those types of things. We do try to stay with it, and with Ms. Antella's help, we've done that. We didn't want to rush what we have in front of us today, which is why for this one today. So look forward to future conversations if that's what the board would like.
Well, and I just want to add that, again, it's very important to follow our policies. That's why they're there. But again, some things have to be rectified or changed, because this actually gives more time, not only to our board directors, but to the community to take a look at the things that were added on that evaluation. And yes, it elongates the process, but then they can digest as we're going along to see all that too. And to me, when we're including our community instead of excluding our community, when we're giving our board directors more time and thought on something that's very pertinent and important to get the best product, that's why I don't see the problem with this today. doing that. So it's pretty clear to me, so.
I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I'm 100% crystal clear on this one. If we choose not to, because I again agree with you, and I think I said in our last meeting, policy is your floor. You don't go below your policy. And if our policy says 3 days, you don't go below 3 days. That is right. And so, but today, if we were not to suspend, what would we not be able to, what I care about is the contracts. That's what I really care about. People have been waiting for these. And so I want to, would it extend to the amount of time before we'd be able to put those contracts in place?
Thank you for your question, Director Mario. The policy 1420 does not provide a remedy. It says you will give 3 days notice of materials and so forth. But it doesn't say, notably, that if you don't, you can't take action. So in other words, there's no remedy built in for this. I think that's sort of interesting. But back to what we're doing is really doing belt and suspenders. We want these CBAs to be durable. We want them to be unchallengeable. And therefore, we're asking for this formal motion to suspend 1420 so no one can challenge the authority to execute these contracts. And we need to get them done. So this is really another reason for that.
Is it only for the contracts then that this would apply to? What other portions of our agenda tonight would it affect other than the CBAs?
I believe it was Israel's contract as well, that motion. Those are the three items.
The extent.
Which
Okay.
again, I think is worthwhile doing, so.
Further discussion?
No, thank you.
It's been moved and seconded.
I think we have to amend.
Amendment.
Friendly amendment to that.
Yes.
So, Mr. Rockwell, if you could guide our board through that process of making that.
Technically, there are no friendly amendments,
Yes.
right? But it's all hostile, unfriendly.
Those for today only. Right.
Yeah, the motion should read, motion to suspend board policy 1420 requiring 3 days advance notice to the board of relevant information on a motion item prior to a board meeting, applicable only to this evening's agenda. So adding applicable only to this evening's agenda.
And how do we get that? I mean, does somebody have to move the amendment?
Someone would need to make a motion to amend to include at the end only applicable to this evening's agenda.
Okay. I'll accept a motion.
I make a motion to amend the motion on the floor to add the language that it is only for tonight's agenda.
I second.
All right, now do we have to vote on the motion itself to go down and then the amendment?
You do the amendment first, and then you do.
The amendment
You
and the
amend
motion.
first and then
Okay,
move
so we're
to.
gonna, okay.
Yep.
All right.
I would just say there are a few other items that this is applicable to. There were a few other documents that were provided late.
Okay.
But it would apply to all. I just want to be transparent about that.
Okay, so just what you said before is going to be the motion. We don't have to put documents in there or anything, right?
We didn't mention the documents in the motion. So the
We
motion.
need to mention the documents in the motion?
No, we suspended the policy
Okay.
only for this evening's
All
agenda.
right, I just want to make sure.
For this evening's agenda.
All right, the motion is on the floor to amend, and that motion to amend is the motion to suspend Board Policy 1420, requiring 3 days advance notice to the Board of relevant information on a motion item prior to a board meeting, applicable only to this evening. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying no.
No.
Abstentions, the motion carries.
The amendment.
The
The amendment to the motion.
Oh, the amendment carried.
Motion.
And now we don't have to do the motion,
Now we
right?
do
Oh, you have to do the motion.
Oh, we have to still go through it? Okay. There was an original motion on the floor, and the motion was first and seconded. Motion to suspend Board Policy 1420 requiring 3 days advance notice to the board of relevant information on a motion item prior to a board meeting. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, raise your right hand and signify by raising your right hand and saying nay.
Point of order.
Thank you. I think what you're doing is you're adopting the amended motion. So there's a motion
Yes.
to adopt
Adopt
the
the
amended
amended
motion. The amended motion, that's correct. And you went back to the original motion, which did not have the applicable only to this evening's agenda.
I thought we did the amended motion first.
That was the process to amend the motion
Oh
on
my
the floor.
God.
It's a chain. You start with the
Yes.
amendment, then you go back.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll go to Robert's Rules.
So
training,
there's-
WASDA.
So listen, yeah, I'll go with you. There should be a motion to adopt the amended motion.
Okay, so now we're voting on
The amended,
voting on 9.0, amended adoption of the motion to suspend Board Policy 1420 requiring 3 days advance notice to the board of relevant information on a motion item prior to a board meeting applicable only to this evening. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
but we're just,
That's the amended motion.
okay. So she read the whole thing, but she didn't have to do that, right?
No, she didn't, but it's in the record, and that's what you're voting on. So right now, it is correctly on the floor.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying
No.
Nay.
Nay.
And when it's 2-2,
It does not carry.
it does not carry. Okay. We're on to 9.02, resolution number 1631, redrawing of board director boundary lines as required by statute. All those in favor?
I move 9.02 Resolution 1631, redrawing the board director boundary lines as required by statute.
Second that.
Thank you. All right, discussion. Seeing none, I'll call for the motion that's been moved and seconded on 9.02, resolution number 1631, redrawing of board director boundary lines as required by statute. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries.
Madam President, if I could just intervene one more time. Those items that I mentioned that had documents submitted less than 3 days advance were 8.01, 9.03, 11.12, 11.13, and 11.14. And since the vote did not carry,
Cannot be, right?
you cannot.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Take it off. Thanks a lot.
There should be a motion to amend the agenda to remove those items.
Can I do because I wish I would have had those ahead of time.
It's too late. It's too
No,
late.
there's always Robert's Rules is our best friend.
I'm sorry. I thought that when I asked what items were involved, I was told 2 items.
Right.
And so I really wish, I'm sorry, but I really wish that we were told all the items specifically.
Robert's Rule says we can move to reconsider our last vote, and we can vote again on that. So there is a solution, but can we have the actual
Could we
items?
please have all of the items?
Yes.
Thank
Because
you.
that would have been really helpful.
Yeah, I did, just of a point of order, I did mention there were other items. I did.
You did.
You did, Paul. You did.
And I
You
know which
did mention
ones they
that,
were.
but
Yeah.
that was not heard. So therefore,
Okay.
It was not
we're not going to
specific.
entertain this again.
All right, so, Mr. Benno, you are correct.
Yes.
A motion to reconsider may be made by a person who voted against, in.
Which I
so that
did.
would-
So
you,
I was not on the prevailing side,
All right.
so I can do this.
So, if the board would entertain a motion to, that motion that you read, the amended motion, that would work, and then you could deal with these items.
Before we do, well, let's move to reconsider, then have discussion. Is that okay, President?
I need a
Hamada?
second.
I'm going to move to reconsider our last vote.
Second that.
All right, discussion?
Can I have a list, please, of which items that would affect?
All right, so we've confirmed that those items are 801, 903, 11.12.
I'm sorry, could you go just, I need to be able to reference them.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm told it is 8.01, 9.03, 11.12, 11.13, and 11.14.
All right. It has been moved, no further discussion, correct?
I appreciate knowing the comments the documents ahead of time. But also, like, there's always a procedure, and my colleagues don't need to be frustrated with us for not voting in alignment, but like, it's good to know that which documents it affects, because it allows us to know which things we're voting on, and I appreciate it.
I remember asking that question to Paul and saying, Paul, all of the items on there, because of this suspension, is why we are voting this, right? And you said yes. Again, this was asked, yet we're going through this again.
I also asked, and 9.03 was not specifically brought up. And that is a really big item that we have to move forward with.
Yeah.
We have timing, and I appreciate that. And so, thank you for correcting it. Thank you for bringing up the Robert Rules of Order. And I apologize to all my colleagues for the slowness of the process, but
you
some
don't have to
people's
apologize.
bureaucracy is also people's making sure that things happen in the right order. This is why we have it. So thank you very much. I appreciate.
I have a lot of knowledge about Robert Sturgis and the Democratic Rules of Order. Ask me anything. I got you on all three.
So, I guess, can I make one more comment on this one? I hope that this is, that, again, we go back to making this, because we don't want to make exceptions to policies. This does not feel right. That's not how I like to operate. With that said, I understand it's very narrow in scope.
I'm hearing you, and hopefully the fact that in March of 2022, just recently, last spring, there was this amendment or readoption of this ability to suspend a policy, which, you know, if there was ever a situation, this is it. Yeah. And so hopefully that helps.
Thank you.
Superintendent Bella, President Hamada, and members of the
Yes,
board,
tell
I'm
us.
sorry to interject. I am typing rapidly here, trying to provide information, and so what I want to clarify are the items once and for all. I did send this out in an email to notify on Monday evening as well. The first item that was added within the 3 days was item 8.01. The second was discussion and approval item 9.03. But it was 9.03 at the time that I sent that out. So there was a shift in the numbering. So there's some confusion with that. So it was 9.03 at that time. And at this time, it is actually 9.04. So to recap, 8.01, 9.04, it's the current 9.04. Motion to extend Superintendent 22-23 annual plan. 11.12, 11.13, 11.14. So 11.12 is the 22-23 non-represented salary schedules. 11.13 is the Kent Association of Educational Office Professionals, otherwise known as KOP contract. And 11.14 is Kent Education Association, KEA contract.
If we do not vote on these ones tonight, how does it affect the pay of those affected contracts?
So Mr. Rarick could probably answer this, but I think I'm going to give it a shot. It is something that we want to get done, as you recall earlier, by the end of this month, and that's October, so it would, if we do not.
If we don't vote on it tonight, it will affect all of those employees' pay for the month
I want
of
to make sure Mr. Rarick clarifies this, but it would.
That was the problem.
This is why we went through this process, part of it. So, once again, Mr. Rarick,
And is there another remedy available of making this available in the work session next week? Or that would make it so we could still have the pay for the employees for this month?
I'll let Mr. Rarick answer this question, and we got to get back to the amendments.
If the board did not ratify, I guess we're zeroing in on 11.12, 11.13.14. I don't believe we would be authorized. I don't think we would have, the ratification of contract includes ratification by the association and ratification by the Board of Education. And so the fact that it was brought before the board and the board deferred for whatever reason, I don't think we would have a tool to implement the full contract when it hasn't been ratified. So we're starting to get into some legal territory, and I might have to defer to my colleague Paul, but that is leaving the meeting. I would not direct staff to implement these contracts. Otherwise, we would be getting out in front of the board.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
You may.
I don't recall us deferring this. Are you saying like if we were to defer it later? Because this is the first time we're getting this, right? You're talking about if we moved it to the next meeting?
I mean, it wouldn't be deferral because technically it hasn't been
No,
brought in front of us.
I guess what I'm saying is, and again, I'm not an attorney, I have one behind me. But a deferral or a vote down has the same legal effect this evening. It's either passed or it isn't.
But this is the first time we were receiving this. We didn't defer.
I
to this,
understand.
right? Okay, that was
Right.
my clarifying question.
Right,
Okay.
but I guess I'll choose my words carefully. Whether it was a 2-2 vote, whether you chose not to vote on it at all, whether you voted it down, any of those circumstances, anything that doesn't result in ratification of this contract, I think sends a policy signal to staff to not implement the contract yet.
Yeah.
That is why it is being brought to you. And for us to implement the contract absent that action, I think would be I don't think that would be on solid administrative or legal footing.
I agree with you 100%. My issue on this one, to be clear with my language also on this one, is since it didn't make the 3-day, it technically isn't even brought in front of us, so we wouldn't even have the opportunity. It was as if it never existed on the agenda, because we didn't have a 3-day notice. So it'd be like anything else that we didn't have 3 days to look at, items that just never have made our agenda.
Which would mean absence of action, right? Would mean absence of ratification regardless of the means of that.
Sure. And so is there any other means within this month to still make sure that these contracts is there any other way other than today of suspending our rules to make sure that this can still happen within this month?
You mean other than a special meeting?
Sure. I feel like we've gone to 100 special meetings. I'm sorry, I feel like I'm meeting a lot.
But to answer your question, a special meeting would be the only one. I think Vice President Bennell mentioned that.
Yes.
That's why we came today with what we
Yes.
did, just
Yes.
for those 3 contracts and the 9.0.
4, yes.
That's what Ms.
Yes.
Santello just shared. So I would, President Hamada, I would recommend that you finish up the motion that you have to reconsider. I believe Vice President Beno has that on the floor.
So first of all, we're doing a motion to reconsider the last motion.
Right, but Director Mergel has still questions,
Oh, you have questions? Sorry.
right?
Uh,
She's still uncomfortable.
No, I think I had my questions answered.
All those in favor of just
To reconsider.
to reconsider, raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying no.
No.
Abstentions. The motion carries. Okay, now we're back to the original amendment. And we can just do the original amendment, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. We have a original amendment that we want to vote on, Director Farah.
Yes.
Okay. And that is the motion to suspend Board Policy 1420, requiring 3 days advance notice to the board of relevant information on a motion item prior to a board meeting, applicable only to this evening. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstention. The motion carries. All right. We're on to 9.02. Redrawing of board director boundary lines as required by statute. I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we adopt 9.02, Resolution 1631, redrawing the board director boundary lines.
I thought we've already brought this one. We've already done,
Did we already do this?
Yes. Vice President Beno brought it, and I seconded it.
Yes.
Okay.
I think we can,
All right, so now we're on to
I withdraw.
9.03.
I move 9.03, Kent School District Middle School Model Alignment Proposal.
I second.
Discussion.
I think we're ready for this.
Seeing none. It has been moved and seconded that 9.03 Kent School District Middle School Alignment Proposal.
There's public comment.
Oh, that's right. Oh,
03.
yes, thank you. All right.
Oh, excellent.
Excellent.
Bear with me, folks. Tough evening here. First off, on 9.03 is Koi? Is that Koi? Choi, excuse me. And it's Seong?
Yes, Sejong.
Choi Yeong.
Sejong.
Sejong?
Yes.
Choi Sejong. Come on up. Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Sejong Choi. I'm a staff member teacher at Mill Creek Middle School, and I've been meeting on the boundary committee for probably since May-ish, I believe. And I just wanted to share a couple of things, I guess, that have been on my heart, that have been on my mind. So, we believe that moving sixth grade up is good. I know that's a good idea, just to move sixth grade up in general, but also our elementary schools were overcrowded and needed a little bit of help. So now we are developing and voting on these plans that we have put forth. I am a little bit nervous because a huge part, I'm at Mill Creek Middle School. It's a Title I school, low income, very diverse. And I was a little bit nervous because I didn't hear as many conversations in the last work session, asking conversations about what about our valley schools? What about our Title I overcrowdedness? I think that's a huge, huge issue, and I was hoping to hear a little bit more voice and conversation around those things. And, when I hear things like, I moved to this other middle school that is not Title I, and we have empty classrooms that we're using as office spaces, and here we are using sometimes library as classroom spaces, or Kent Meridian also being a Valley school, and teachers not having classrooms, so they have to use carts and move their carts around to classrooms. And, those are really, really, I feel like, big issues that need to be talked about. And sometimes I think the feeling that I was getting is that I feel like sometimes we're talking about luxuries for some kids while some students aren't getting the basics. And that's something that I've been feeling. And, it takes a lot to be a Title I school, for the students and for the staff. It's not because the students are difficult per se. Our students are amazing. I say this all the time. I am inspired by them. I'm proud of them every single day that I work with them. And they're just young people oftentimes who have been put into difficult situations. And if we get them if we create the right kind of opportunity and the right kind of environments, they will thrive. They will come through for us. We just have to do our part. And I really, really strongly believe in that. And that's why I gave up all my Thursdays to come meet with the team, even though sometimes I didn't really want to because it's my Thursday night. But I was very, very persistent in coming out and speaking up and, representing our Valley schools. And, technically, I believe that Title I school capacity should be, if anything, at the lowest. Equality and equity are not the same thing. You can't do the same thing across all schools. It just doesn't work. And so, I don't know if we can get quite there. That's my belief, is if anything, the Title I school should be at the lowest capacity. It's really hard to get there. But we do have some ideas to help alleviate some of the issues. And, still not 100% because, I told you what I believe. But we have some ideas. People have told me it's pointless going to those meetings. Basically they're saying it's redlining and, they only care about the wealthier, wider communities. Why even go to those? They say those things, but I still came and I still work with the team. I still work with everybody, amazing people. I've just talked a lot. I talked a lot, but really, we have Wade, we have Dave, Justin, Ella, the people who are behind the scenes doing all the crazy, crazy work. And so we have those ideas, but I would like to really ask for the board to be bold because there will be pushback. I'm sure there will be pushback. Some people might complain that, I don't like how these bus routes look. Some people might complain and say, I don't like these boundary lines, they're crooked looking, or they don't look right. I'm sure people will push back, but I'm asking that we are firm in the mission. We say that we are all about equity. We say that we are for our students. We have to think about all of our students. And so, if you need to get a team, I know we have some people who are on the Kent Educators of Color Network who are watching on YouTube right now. I'm sure people will be willing to come together to build a team for communicating why we do what we do to get the buy-in. There are plenty of people who are willing to volunteer time to get this to work because we are really passionate about our students. So I just wanted to make a plea for us to be bold. Thank you.
All right, we're on to Lauren, is it Roof? Ruoff. I'm slaughtering names tonight, forgive me.
Hi, I'd like to thank you for letting me have time to speak at this. My name is Lauren Ruoff, and I am a parent. I am a teacher at Northwood, and I'm also on the Kent School District Middle School Advisory Team. So, 2 years ago, I didn't take the time to speak. For those in favor of sixth grade, moving up, and I wish I had. After the no vote, my middle son was devastated. He was done with elementary and chose homeschool rather than to return to a school that didn't offer him any opportunities he wanted and he needed. This year, he returned to in-person because of opportunities at middle school. Many ask, what do you mean opportunities? In elementary, if you are not Odyssey, you are in all on-level classes. Even the ACE only receive ELA differentiation, but not math. Teachers have told me, I don't know how to differentiate math. I know this is not all teachers, but honestly, why is it that only Odyssey students get pre-algebra in sixth grade? Why can't a child that shows high achievement get their opportunity? Why do students identified as high-cap math only not receive challenging work and opportunities? Sixth, the middle school would allow for more different leveling of math classes, thus more opportunity. This goes for ELA too. Additionally, there are clubs and sports available at the middle school. Children whose guardians cannot afford club sports would receive opportunity to participate and explore sports. Students who felt they don't belong anywhere find clubs that they belong to. One example is LGBTQ+. Students who already are learning who they are, but what supports do they have in elementary? Middle schools have GSA clubs, which provide a place to discuss issues and support each other. Middle schools provide academic, social, emotional, and athletic support opportunities. Moving up 6th grade will also allow for more time for students to create connections before moving on to high school. I hope you will vote yes for 6th grade, for equity, and for opportunity. Thank you.
Next up is Jennifer Itzy. Hope I got that one right.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Idzy. I am a community member. I'm a parent of 4 students, one who graduated last year. I'm a current KSD substitute teacher and have been that for 5 years, and I'm student teaching right now at one of our local elementary schools. I am here to voice my support for 6th graders moving up to the middle school. You've been talking about this for over 13 years, since my youngest was in kindergarten, and I liked the idea then, and I still support the idea now. The main benefits, in my opinion, I had 2 daughters, one who qualified into ACE and received 0 support. Her older sister was in the Odyssey program. Great, wonderful education and benefits. My daughter, who was in the ACE program, received nothing. She wanted more math help. She begged for it, and the school told her, no, you cannot have that because you are not an Odyssey student. She begged. She attended summer classes with one of the teachers who agreed to tutor her. She attended all summer long for 5 weeks trying to learn the math curriculum that she was denied at her elementary school because she was not identified as Odyssey. When she went to the middle school, she was allowed to self-select the math that best fit her and her needs and her interest level. That is why I feel so passionately. My other daughter qualified in math, but she didn't in ELA. They handed her a book and said, here, learn some of these wordly wise words. That was the extra support when she qualified for services. We are not servicing our students. My daughter got to pre-select, and she got to pick that she wanted to be in humanities in 7th grade. All of our students deserve the best, not just because they're labeled Odyssey children, but because they have the interest and the desire. And I can also say I've worked with extensively a lot of students at Northwood Middle School, and I saw the supports that these kids had. Students of varying abilities being able to self-select in multiple classes that fit their needs and their abilities. I love the elementary school. I love the home that I've built there in the 13 years I've been there, but it could not support all of the students and their needs they have. We really need to move this model to middle school so that they can advance in math, ELA, so they can have science labs and activities, because I'll tell you the 10 minutes that they maybe get of science curriculum is only if the teacher is passionate about science. They just simply don't have the time in their schedule to be able to do all that they really want, nor do they have the resources like a lab to be able to do fun things. The other thing is, I agree, emotional support. My child was very much adamant. 2 of my children did not want to go to 6th grade in the elementary school because they felt babied. They did not feel that they were being challenged to what they wanted to handle. So please consider this move for 6th graders to go to middle school. Thank you.
Next up is Shannon Jefferson Hernandez.
For giving me the opportunity to speak again. This is Shannon Jepson Hernandez, teacher and parent. I also work at Bell Creek Middle School with Say Young. We actually are co-teachers in our leadership program. I would like to reiterate everything that everybody has said here today. First of all, I would like to say if we were not to change boundaries and make this move, then we would inadvertently be segregating schools. I'd like to share with you the story of 2 schools, Northwood and Mill Creek, two phenomenal schools with phenomenal staff and beautiful students, but two very, very different environments. For example, at Mill Creek, I have worked there for 11 years, and we've had up to 950 students in the school, which we were told at the time, right now we're at about 850, but we were told at the time that the fire rules were 600. Right now, it's my understanding with this boundary change that we're being told that the expected student enrollment for the boundary change will be staying at our current 850. This is my only concern. I want everything to change. I want students to move up. I want sixth graders there. I feel it addresses the issue of equity. I feel because it's going to relieve Title I schools, and the fact that right now, like Say Young says, we're teaching classes in libraries. We just did a leadership training program where we have to like move from library to cafeteria to this room to that room because we don't have a multi-purpose space that we can use for anything. We currently use our cafeteria as an assembly space frequently, or a place where we have guest speakers, where we used to have a multi-purpose room, but it's now been divided into two classrooms where teachers have to hear the other student teach over the room, and it's very confusing if you ever try to teach two rooms in an open space. And so our school is a Title I school. We're ranked top 10 most diverse in the nation. We have served 78 free and reduced lunch. Last year, I had 32 students in my third period class, 50% were ELL and SPED. I was forced to break the law every single day because there was no para available to provide services to my students. So I was put in a position where I was breaking the law because I couldn't give them what they were required to receive. This is what happens. However, in Northwood, they had empty rooms, right, where teachers were like, wow, what's going on? And it's just as challenging to have just a few students in your class as it is to have overloaded students in your class, because you can't get that rich student engagement where you get with an optimal amount of students. So these are just some of the things. Other issues would be safety, ratios of staff to adults. Right now at Mill Creek, when we have 850 students to our adults versus what you have at, say, Northwood, you have way more students available, or teachers available, to protect, interact, and engage with students. And we all know that the number one indicator of student success is the teacher-student relationship. So when you impact the student-to-teacher ratio, you improve that relationship, you improve student outcomes and performance, as well as safety. Other issues would be the what was the point I wanted to make? Oh, the segregation factor that I brought up previously. We currently serve many of our refugee students right now, which makes our school rich and diverse. But because of this, we do need to spend extra time with them and extra care with them. And when I'm sitting in a classroom where I have 10 students with their hand raised and I have to get from 1 to 1 to 1, and I never get to that last student before the bell rings, that's not equitable, right? So I'm failing my students no matter how hard I try. And I'm the kind of teacher, and there's many of us at Mill Creek who stay till very, very late, and we still don't get it done. And I'm going to tell you this. I have lost a ton of coworkers to Northwood because, amazing people, because there comes a point where you just feel like a failure no matter how hard you try, and you can't take it anymore, and you choose to go to a school where you can feel successful and feel like you're making an impact. So please support this.
All right, next up is Ben Bogart.
I'm Ben Bogart, parent of 2 students at Carriage Crest Elementary School. We're a new family in the district, and so I apologize that I haven't spoken out, I guess, on this sooner. There are decades of research, of evidence-based research on grade configuration and its effects on 6th graders. Specifically, whether they perform better academically, emotionally, and behaviorally in middle school or an elementary school setting. I've emailed you all these 9 research papers, and there are many, many more on the subject. I understand and support everything that's been said so far today, but the research shows a clear consensus that 6th graders perform much better academically and have fewer behavioral problems and fare better emotionally when they complete 6th grade in elementary school. To summarize just a little bit of the research, in 2020, it was found that students who completed 6th grade in elementary school had standardized test pass rates 7% higher in reading and 6% higher in math. That the students sixth grade in middle school exhibit lower academic competency. In 2008, they experienced an increase in disciplinary problems. 2013, have lower attendance rates. 2001, experienced more significant decline in motivation and a loss of self-esteem. A 10-year study of 100,000 students in New York found that a large difference in academic achievement and that those problems persisted after the transition year. I could not find a single paper that supports the statements that middle school will be the most appropriate place for our sixth graders academically, or that middle school is the appropriate place for our sixth graders' social, emotional development, as stated earlier by Dr. Berenger. I think it's dangerous to make a change like this without a complete understanding of the consequences. If the issue is that moving sixth graders to middle school is necessary to ensure equitable access for all students in the district, the change should be made for that reason, not based on a false narrative that middle school is better for sixth graders. Presenting a narrative that middle school will be good for sixth graders, in addition to being false for not all sixth graders, but the majority of sixth graders, ties the hands of committees that are addressing the very real issues that those students will face. And we don't acknowledge the issues, we can't fix them. If this change must be done, because on the whole it benefits the students in the district, we need to publicly acknowledge the challenges that it will create. In doing so, we as a community can work together to mitigate the adverse effects of this change. If we don't, our students will suffer the consequences of this decision in sixth grade and beyond. I want you to vote no on the proposal today. And if your primary concern is the well-being of the majority of sixth graders, that's what you'll do. But instead, I'm asking you to postpone somehow this vote until there's a plan that acknowledges the copious amounts of research that is available and includes ways to address the known challenges so that our sixth graders will not suffer because we didn't do our homework. I trust you'll do the right thing. Thank you.
All right. Further discussion?
I do have discussion on this one. There's oh man, as someone in this district and as a parent, I feel this one really significantly. And what I really appreciate is all of the comments that came tonight were just very student focused, both sides of the fence. And that makes me incredibly happy that parents and community members and teachers are coming in and talking about that. I do have to comment on looking at research and the numbers because my heart goes there. And looking at the research and in the information that I had was very specifically with students going to a very traditional 6-period day, moving teacher to teacher, and what I've been encouraged in seeing in Mr. Berenger and the committee's work is that we're not committed to just taking everything that we've always done. And what I'm encouraged to see is that, yes, I do believe that 6th grade needs to be with 7th and 8th graders, but how we do that, that's not decided today. And so there's many different ways that we can enact this, and I think that we have obviously some very dedicated teachers, some very dedicated parents, and I encourage that. I know we already have a pretty big group that's on this committee, but I think that there's always room for more, right? And it's hard. It's given up a lot of time, and I loved that comment because it is a lot of time. And thank you for doing this. But with everything, I guess I just want to say thank you for the comments, thank you for the careful consideration, and thank you for knowing that today is a directional vote, but there's still a lot of hows that need to be figured out. And if we don't make a decision, I'm worried that we don't have enough time to be able to enact this. And I think with today's decision, it gives us the lead time to be able to enact the how in the best way for our students.
Okay, well, I had missed that we do have some online comments.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
And no, that's my mistake. Did not realize we had more online comments on 9.03.
I feel like I'm messing up left and right tonight. Sorry, y'all.
It's me.
Sorry about that. All right, we have 5 online comments tonight, President Hamada. The first comment is from Jenny Carter. I have learned the plan is for our current 5th graders to enter middle school next year. I do not think they are ready. They essentially missed a year due to COVID and are really just now beginning to catch up emotionally and academically. This is not the year to experiment with their maturity, readiness for middle school. It also makes little sense to do this 1 year before our dual language students transition out. Best to wait 1 more year, I would think. Thank you. Our next comment is from Jenny Brooks. I have 3 current KSD students and 2 preschoolers, future students. With the current school attendance boundaries, my kids can walk to their assigned elementary and high school. This allows them to participate in sports and other after-school activities. My neighborhood is split between 2 high schools. One is walking distance, the other a 17 to 25-minute drive each way, depending on traffic. If we are switched to the faraway school, transportation becomes a huge burden. Participating in after-school sports and other programs may no longer be feasible. This would be a huge loss for my kids. Will the new boundaries put an undue transportation burden on families? Will you also make keeping neighborhoods together a priority? Kids need to be with their friends when they go to middle and high school. It is very hard to be one of a handful that starts over while the rest of your friends are still together. What are you doing to address these concerns? The next one is from Robin Ramsey. We live on 183rd Place Southeast and are 1.5 miles from Kentwood. We are 5.9 miles from Kent Lake. I'm writing to implore you to reconsider the proposed high school boundary lines. The currently proposed boundary changes to Kentwood High School, cut our street off from Kentwood, and force us into a school much further away. Currently, my children are walkers and independent. They participate in academics and sports with the kids they have been with from elementary and middle school. They are very active in the community they are a part of. By moving them to Kent Lake, they will no longer be able to get themselves to and from school, and due to work obligations, they may not be able to participate. Please consider the impact you are having on these kids socially when they are not allowed to follow with the bulk of their feeder schools. Please consider the impact of transportation on families. How equitable is it to remove them from after-school activities because of a street? Buses don't work for athletes and club attendants. This is detrimental to any child that wants to participate in after-school activities but have working parents. The next one is from Christopher Usaish. As a parent of 3 KSD students, I'm concerned about the little time the schools, families, and students will have to prepare for this change. I strongly suggest this proposal be slid 1 more year to be implemented. The school district and families don't have sufficient time to prepare for this change. The students, families, and schools will be better served by announcing the change this year, but implementing it for the 24-25 school year, which will give all stakeholders more than at least 12 months to prepare for such an adjustment. Please consider sliding the implementation by 1 more year. And our last comment tonight is by Laura Usaish. I'm a parent of 3rd and 5th graders. I support moving 6th grade to middle school, but would feel better if the resolution up for vote tonight made the transition in the 2024-2025 school year. I worry about the district's ability to prepare to move 6th grade to middle school in less than 12 months. In my work on the middle school transitions and supports subcommittee, I've learned middle school preparation for 7th graders isn't consistent or equitable across KSD, and there are a lot of important decisions to be made and implemented before next year. It seems better to pass a resolution in the current school year for the 24-25 school year and give the community and district more time to prepare the KSD stakeholders and secure resources. Thank you. Those are all the comments tonight, President Hamada and members of the board.
Thank you, Ms. Curry, appreciate it. Further discussion? None?
No.
Okay, all right, we're on to the vote. All those in favor of 9.03. It has been moved and seconded that Kent School District Middle School Model Alignment Proposal be accepted. Signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries.
President Hamada?
Yes.
Uh,
What do I do now?
Go back. I would like Ms. Santello, I had to take a look to see if we truly did vote on 902. Ms. Santello, would you like to comment on what you did to make sure as one of the board to really know whether we did or not?
Thank you, Superintendent Bella, President Hamada, and members of the board. Following the discussion for item 9.01, we moved on to opening discussion for 9.03. There was brief mention of 9.02 when President Hamada brought it up, but I did not capture that the board motioned and voted on 9.02 to further that.
I swear we did,
I
but we
did.
probably didn't vote on it.
We really did.
We really did, but we can do it again.
We can do it again.
Let's do it again.
I thought
If-
I thought we didn't.
If I may, to further that, in situations like this, I ask our communications support staff to listen back to the recording, and he did not hear a motion and a vote for 9.02.
That's what I thought. But I deferred to you guys because I can make mistakes. Okay, so we're going to go back to 9.02 for the vote.
I move that we adopt.
No, we've already moved.
We already moved it.
Moved it.
But
we
we just
did-
said that we'd moved
We moved this, yeah.
to open it. We didn't vote on it.
That's right.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
We agree on that.
Yeah. That's
If
why
I may,
Ms.
the
Santello?
motion was not captured either, so if
the
we
motion
could-
wasn't captured
If I
either.
may request for it to be redone,
All right,
please.
no problem.
I move that we adopt 9.02, resolution number 1631, redrawing the board director boundary lines as required by statute.
I second that.
Discussion, seeing none, we'll go to the vote. All those in favor of 9.02, resolution number 1631, redrawing a board director boundary lines as required by statute, signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you, Ms.
Ms.
Santello.
Santello.
Thank you.
Daniel Bell.
All righty, all right, now we're on to 10.0 and 10.01.
9.04.
Oh, right, okay. I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to extend Superintendent 2022-2023 annual plan evaluation deadline.
I second.
Discussion.
Can I ask a question?
Of course.
Awesome. Is this because the contract or policy requires us to do so? I'm just kind of curious why we need this. So if someone can answer that, that'd be amazing.
So Mr. Brockvogel, you want to answer that question? Is this because of policy and/or contract?
It's me running. Madam President and members of the board, Superintendent Bella, it's a contractual matter. There is a provision in there that has a timeline, and it needs to be extended for the reasons that we talked about before. And also, there is no need for a formal written amendment under Section 14 of the board's contract with Superintendent Bella. So, yeah, it's not a policy matter, necessarily.
So it
There
was
is a
in-
policy requiring review and that kind of thing, but.
So it was in the contract to do the evaluation on October 15th?
Yeah.
And then we're now extending it to October.
That is correct, right. It's allowing some more breathing room for the board and Superintendent Vela to get that done in light of the strike and some other things that delayed the collective effort.
There's nothing punitive on this, right? It's just for us to just make sure that we are following and because we're not at the process and we need to extend it so that we fully fulfill the obligations of the contract.
That is That is entirely correct and well put.
Further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote on 9.04, motion to extend, it's been moved and seconded, the motion to extend Superintendent 2022-2023 Annual Plan Evaluation Deadline. All those in favor signify by raising their right hand and saying aye.
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 All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. We're on to 10.0, informational. 10.01, Learning Assistance Program, LAP, funded readiness to learn partnerships for 2022-2023. Any questions? Or? Seeing none, I'll move on to 10.02, the mobile hotspots and connectivity plans for students.
I have a question about that. I asked if we know the carrier we use for the hotspots.
I'll have Dr. Barringer come up, see if he can answer that for you. So your question was, do we know the carrier
Do
for
we
the
know,
hotspots?
yeah, who we use the hotspots for? And there was a second question, which was, right, okay.
Director Farah, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, Ms. Santello. Yeah, actually, after our conversation before, we worked on the responses. I thought they made it out to you like last week, so I have the answers right now. So our hotspots are through T-Mobile and Verizon.
Okay.
So we have access to both those carriers. The support for those hotspots that are supported through our customer support center right here in KSD. So if we supply hotspots, then we support those hotspots that we supply. Prioritization comes to those that are on free reduced lunch or McKinney-Vento students before other students.
Nice.
So that's how that works.
Thank you. I mean, I appreciate that because what we do sometimes is that we provide hotspots, but then we don't have the service.
Good luck.
Good luck, right? And then the parents are like, wait a minute, there's something wrong with it. Who do I call? So making it centralized with our own IT department, that is the best part. Yes. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, Dr. Barringer.
Any further questions? All right, we're going on to 11.0, the consent agenda. I would like to ask the board if they want to pull any consent agendas.
Yes. I would like to pull 11, 12, 13, and 14.
11, 12, 13, and 14, okay. Any others, anybody else?
I also like to pull the 1110.
11:10? Okay, 11:10, 11:12, 11:13, 11:14, anybody else? All right, I'll entertain a motion on the rest.
I move that we adopt the consent agenda minus 11:10, 11:12, 11:13, and 11:14.
I second.
Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting 11.01 through 11.20 minus 11:10, 11:12, 13, and 14 signify by raising their right hand and saying aye.
I'm sorry, did you say 11, I didn't hear 1111 also included in the non-consent?
Did someone ask for 11:11?
Oh, I thought you had asked for it. Okay,
Just
pardon.
12, 13, and 14.
Just 12,
Yeah.
okay, my apologies.
It's okay.
Okay, so I'm okay. All right. All right, I'm calling for a motion. I'm calling for the vote on 11:01 through 11:20 minus 11:10, 12, 13, and 14. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. All right, we're on to 11.10. I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we approve 11.10 new academy building project final acceptance.
I second that.
Okay, discussion?
Yes, I just, no, I mean, I was reading this and I want to thank by providing these numbers, because these numbers, by building a new building, and if you have gone through KLA, it's a state-of-the-art school. And just to have that, it is beyond me. And I was really impressed with the numbers. And that's what I wanted to bring up. And I want to give a shout out to our team. Thank you.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of 11.10, new academy building project, final acceptance, it's been moved and seconded, signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. We're on to 11.12. I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we accept 11.12, 2022, 2023 non-represented salary schedules.
I second.
Discussion.
I mean, I figured we spent a lot of time to get here, so we should at least have a discussion about these.
There you go.
I do have some questions about how many people are represented in the non-representative administrator and the non-represented professional technical salary schedules.
So I'd like to call up Mr. Ben Rarick, our Associate Superintendent of Finance.
So your question was how many individuals are in the non-represented group?
Yes, please.
Okay, if you'll accept round numbers, this is from about 6 months ago, but I happen to have the spreadsheet open. So the non-rep professional technical part of the group is about 155 FTE. And the leadership team is about 70.
And
The leadership team, the non-represented part of the leadership team.
Hey, can you explain briefly, because they're not represented, how their salaries get negotiated, or I guess not bargained, but how it gets determined?
They're not bargained. How they get determined, like historically? I mean, it is a process that is determined by the district's leadership at that time. For the time that I've been here, there's been, I suppose, different approaches to that. I don't really know how much more to expound on that, other than to say that there's a conversation at the various highest levels of the organization about what's appropriate.
Awesome, that's
Vice
it.
President Beno, I can add a little bit to the historical parts
Yeah.
in here. Mr. Eric is correct. We've also, over time, have done salary studies that have helped us be able to not only to negotiate or, you know, in this case, non-rep, that's helped us. We've looked at neighboring districts, et cetera, so that we also worked with the idea of in the past, what was called fair share. That was something that was a thing and not a thing. And we also make sure that we are looking at the compression piece. I know we've talked about that from the past, so that we're able to make sure that we are, you know, aligning ourselves with Goal 4. So I just wanted to add some additional information there, but thank you.
No, and I just, on Goal 4, to retain and sustain a workforce, when you may not be aware, but these salaries are not really totally coming and trickling down from the state, that they come and are portioned out of our budget or out of a levy, and treating all these people in a very respectful manner, and, you know, giving them what others are due, to me says a lot about this district.
Yep. I will say, and I could have spoken an hour at your question, and I didn't know what direction to take it, so I don't misinterpret my response. But the one thing I will say is that under the leadership of Superintendent Vela, there's been a much more methodical, thoughtful approach to it. I will say that.
I appreciate that.
Further discussion? Thank you, Mr. Rarick. All right, we'll take a vote on 11.12, it has been moved and seconded, 2022-2023 non-represented salary schedules. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
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 All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. We're on to 11.13, Kent Association of Educational Office Professionals, number 708, KOP contract.
I move 11.13, KOP contract of Kent Association of Educational Office Professionals, number 708.
I second that.
Discussion.
No, I do appreciate in the document seeing the different changes. I really like to see kind of what changed in the document, so I appreciate that in my paperwork. I think it's really important that we bargain with our employees fairly, and one question I have is, do we know what the percent approval of this contract was? Because I don't think I see that in my paperwork.
Yeah, I'd like to call up our Associate Superintendent of HR, Mr. Damon, come on up.
President Hamada, members of the board, Superintendent Velez, so the pass rate was 90%.
Thank you, Mr.
Further discussion? None? All right. It has been moved and seconded on 11.13, Kent Association of Educational Office Professionals, number 78, KOP contract. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. We're on to 11.14, Kent Education Association, KEA contract. I'll entertain a motion.
I move 11.14, Kent Education Association, KEA contract.
I second that.
Discussion.
On this one, I also appreciate the revisions that we can see. My only feedback that I would say publicly is I do not like seeing anything in the contract that says that PE classes can be doubled or tripled depending on this learning first schedule. I know that feels very controversial to even say that. But I feel like I know that we try to minimize those problems in schools where it exists, but I don't think in any capacity should a teacher ever have double or triple student class sizes. I think that's ridiculous and shouldn't even be in the contract, but that's my own 2 cents.
Further discussion? And just in general, I've talked to our union partners. I think they're very satisfied with this contract. And I did have a conversation this morning about PE and music, and as I understand, that even though this contract is signed, that there's still going to be negotiations and talking cordially between partners, trying to work on things beyond this. All of these contracts can always have additive MOUs, correct? If they come about to do it. So, just saying, we're working together, trying to make it work, and I agree, overload in PE and music is not a good system either for our teachers, so thank you. Further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. It's been moved and seconded on 11.14, Kent Education Association, KEA contract. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
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 All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. We're on to 12.0, communication. And as I believe, I don't think we have any.
Check one more time.
Yeah, we'll check
Sorry,
the
any
final.
other comment cards?
Before I say another that I missed.
Nothing online.
We're okay? All righty. So we're on to 12.02, the board director's report. Director Clark has left because of not feeling well. Director Margell?
Yes, thank you. First thing I would like to say is a thank you to the Muckleshoot Tribe for their generous grant that we were able to accept today in our condensed agenda portion. And also a thank you to the Kent Schools Foundation, support of our community partners. is much appreciated and thanked. I also want to comment on the building visit that we did last Friday to Kent Meridian, French Field, the softball fields, the gorgeous softball and baseball fields, and our soon-to-be newest middle school. I'm excited to hear the student voice that is going to be part of that and making that home to our 6th, 7th, and 8th graders in that area. I wanted to give a quick shout out to the Kentridge and Northwood Choir. I was sad to see our Northwood teachers go. But last night, Mr. Gordon, we had an amazing concert that was joint between Northwood Choir and Kentridge Choir that I got to attend. And I loved a little bit of art imitating life with his selection of the Newsies for Seize the Day. Seemed a little apropos for this year. And if you'll indulge me for just a moment, his selection of Crowded Table by the Highwomen. And I just want to say that I really want a crowded table here. We encourage all and invite all to come to our meetings and to comment. And this is why I've asked the board to consider how we better follow up and respond to public comments when we go to our board retreat. We need to make sure that we not just welcome comments, but make sure that they're heard and not just told to a wall. And we want to make sure that not just the person who maybe made the comment, but the whole community that's affected by that finds out what those results are. So I look forward to our board retreat where we can talk about this more. In the words of Crowded Table, it says, "The door is always open, your picture's on my wall, everyone's a little broken, and everyone belongs." Yeah, everyone belongs. I want a house with a crowded table and the place by the fire for everyone. And that's what I really look forward to as being part of our board here. And I've just really thought a lot this last several weeks as I've enjoyed the many public comments that I've received about some of the changes that are going on. And also a comment that I heard when we were talking about board policies, comment about toxic positivity. It was a word selection that I hadn't really used before, so I wanted to spend some time grappling about it. And then also comments about speaking our hearts and speaking our minds. And thinking a lot about choosing to be part of the board and being a change agent. And truly, how do we make Kent School District the very best public school district there is out there? And to be able to do that, we must be willing to honestly assess where we're at, both our strengths and our weaknesses, and we must be willing to invite the thoughts and ideas of all. It was fantastic to have, I believe it's 12 public comments tonight, and I just invite more. I love it. We all need to be part of this, and that's what's really cool about being a public school district. So I'm just going to go on a couple more lines of the selection that Mr. Gordon chose last night for the crowded table. It said, "Plant a little happiness, let the roots run deep. If love is what we give, then love is what we reap." And that's what I also want to just make sure that we continue to think about as a district. As board members, as a community advocate, as a mom, our kids are watching us. We can choose anything, choose kind. I'm proud to be part of this board. I'm proud of the work that this district does. I'm proud of our parents that every day struggle. Keep giving comments. Keep them kind.
Director Farah.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being the person you are. Because without you, we are nothing. So I want to thank you for that. The care you show. Sometimes we get carried away by doing things or saying the things that are not appropriate. Kindness is very, very important because we are the same family. We are the same community. So again, I want to thank you, and I couldn't be more happy by casting the vote when we voted for you on this board. I couldn't be more happy. So I wanted to start that. I'm also happy that we went the field trip. Fun fact about me, I have never been onto school bus. I've put my kids on the school bus, but I didn't go to, K through 12 here in the United States, so it was my first time. And to top it off, it was an electric bus. And I sat behind the driver. So it was really an experience to see the work that has been done at both schools so far. KM, we saw that field, and it was really amazing. And then we've got the tour on the bus stations, and to be quite honest, I didn't even know the buses were housed in that location. And I'm looking at this tremendous amount of work that goes in there, and I couldn't be more proud. Yes, we're struggling to find drivers, but we're in good hands, and I believe that we will be able to make up difference. And then we went to Ken Phoenix, and that school is huge. And I cannot wait to see the work that is going to be done to make it so that our kids can be proud of that school, and to be able to have the process to choose what the school name is going to be, what mascot, school colors, all of those things. That is the experience that I can't wait to see. So looking forward to that. I am proud to be part of Kent School District. I got to be honest with you. My wife and I live in this district by choice. We're both immigrants. And when we looked around, we could not choose anywhere. I mean, I commuted to Everett, Boeing, and I've commuted to Redmond, AT&T for 20 some odd years. I did it because I really wanted my kids to grow up in Kent and be in Kent School District, because of the fact that my kids will be able to experience what America is, our diverse. Our diversity is our strength. And when we bought our house in that same cul-de-sac, we had a Ukrainian, a Russian, a Filipino, a Canadian, Somali, and Indian family in one cul-de-sac. International, right? So even though hour and a half commute each way every day, I did it because I wanted to make sure my kids grew up in that environment. So I can't say enough of that. I also want to talk about the sixth grade move. It is very important that we do this because before, as Dr. Berenger said, 20 some odd years we've lived in Kent, and we were talking about moving our kids to middle school. All 4 kids of mine graduated, waiting for that to happen. Yeah, so it is really important that we do this, because I've heard many times from the community, our classrooms are overcrowded. And some classrooms don't have enough students. This is the fix. So for me, this is what we need to be able to do in order to be equitable, this school district, so that our kids can benefit from this. You know, this, when I was running, they didn't tell me there was so many meetings.
No, they did not.
They didn't tell me that. So I understand when you said there's so many meetings. It is the work, right? And to be honest, it is a satisfying and gratifying work that I don't get tired of. I've worked in the corporate world, and I can tell you this, and this happened to me many times. 2:00 Sunday afternoon, I got a knot in my stomach saying I have to go to work next morning. That's why I chose to do this, because it is the work that requires us to be able to have the future of this community. I mean, we're preparing our kids careers that we don't even know the name of it. We don't even know what it is. But we're preparing them to make sure that whatever it is that they decide, or whatever it is that career that is hot at the moment that they become adult, they have the ability and the background to be able to do so. So I couldn't be more happy that the work that we do it because that's the future. That's our future. That is our community's future. Tonight's meeting was a little bit challenging, and I wanted to apologize for sometimes we say things or I lost my temper a little bit, and I want to apologize for that. It is the passion. You know, I look back at that and I see that passion. And we all bring that with ourselves. Because if you are not passionate, there's no reason for us to be sitting here. Everybody should bring that passion and to make sure that they express their passion. Because no one has a monopoly on good idea. Although some people that I watch on social media feel they have the monopoly on good ideas and tell us what to do. But the end result is no one has ability to tell themselves they have the best idea, because we're all have an idea, and combined is how we are able to make the best decisions. And through the discussion that we have is why we get the best idea. Because if there is no discussion, then it's a dictatorship. And to me, that is not something I want to see in our district, let alone in our country. I will always end this. I cannot thank enough the staff of KSD. I can't thank enough. You are the best. And I can tell you, we are proud to have you. And as long as I'm sitting on this seat, I'll make sure I say this, because sometimes through the midst of all of this chaos and all of these people saying things and that, you probably may forget how great you are. I want you to know, you are the best, bar none. So I couldn't be more proud to have you. Thank you. That concludes my report.
Vice President Bento.
Yes. I have a couple of things to say. I really appreciate us passing the middle school model update. I'm very excited about the next steps and am anxious to see what's coming up with boundaries discussions in the next couple weeks. I too also want to thank educators and students for the work they do. I've been a teacher for over 20 years. Even when I was in high school and middle school, I was tutoring and working with students. So like work in education, it was always going to be my calling. And being here, I'm always going to be supporting educators and thinking about students. And of course, I support the staff and the work that they do to support us. But ultimately, thinking about all the students and being there to support them and being with them day in and day out at my real job as a teacher. And I don't think we recognize our students enough, and I always want to thank them for all their hard work, because I know that they're going through things. I know that I saw a student today that I haven't seen since August 31st, and it was really great to see her and, checking in with her. And sometimes we just don't know what's happening with kiddos, and I'm not going to get an attitude. I'm not going to, you have all this work. I'm just check in, make connections. I think students come because they want to feel connected, and then there's all this pesky tests and assignments and stuff that they do, but you can't, I've always been taught you can't teach who you don't know, and that's always just been sitting with me since I started teaching. It's just this idea you have to know what your kiddos need and how to support them. And I think about I have my evaluation tomorrow, hooray. And one of the things I went over with my principal today is just kind of how I check in with my students regularly. I survey my students. What do you need? What am I giving you? What am I not giving you? It's always anonymous, and my students always give me, they always give me honest feedback, which I always love and enjoy. So thanks to our students and educators out there. I looked at my calendar at the beginning of October, and I was very shocked that every weekend from now through winter break, I have something scheduled. And so, again, my commitment, and I'm looking at the time, it's just but my commitment is going to be here as well. And so whether it's our board retreat, which is coming up, or being here later than we normally would be, it just says a lot to my commitment to the work here. One of the things last weekend, I went to our union retreat, not that this has to do with anything, but one of the things that we talked about was our land acknowledgement. And my name of the union is called the Rainier Uniserve Council. And I read this land acknowledgement. I was like, oh, wasn't Rainier anti-revolutionary, fought against us? And, why is our council named after him? And yet we read this land acknowledgement, and there's all this colonialism and around. It's just oh, it's so gross. And so that reminded me of kind of the work that we do about equity, but yet I'd be interested, I'm not saying we need to do this, or there's no directive, obviously, to kind of look at, if we're going to read a land acknowledgement, what are our schools named after? Are they named after people who are racist and bigots and colonizers and so we talk about all this work with equity, but I would love to see us do some kind of inventory. I know that a lot of our schools are named after locations, but I'm also curious who these locations are named after. And so it's if we're really gonna do the equity work, we can't just, put on a shelf and, oh, how pretty is this? We really should do the equity work if we're gonna talk about equity. So that was kind of eye-opening to me. It's just but then the conversation, but we've been the Rainier Council for however, and it's I don't care, because that's always the argument. We've been doing it this way, but it doesn't mean it's right. So then why are we gonna do something that's not gonna ultimately be the best interest? Someone mentioned equity earlier about how much time we spend with students. And I thought of the cup of coffee analogy, and how in my 9th grade health class, I have 30 whatever students, and I timed it out, and I literally have less than 2 minutes with each student if I talk to them individually. And I was that's I think my barista probably gets more time with me than that. And it really says to me, like, our connections with, as an educator and thinking about our connections with our students, is a lot of it is like a barista, and it's very low level, like, hey, how's the weather? How are the wife and kids? How are, you know, and that's it. It's very low level, but like, students don't, they want more. They want to get to know you. They want you to know them. So I was thinking about that as far as like our equity conversations about class sizes and what that looks like, and what are we doing? Again, you can't teach, you don't know. So that really kind of, you know, sparked something in my brain that talks about, like, what does that look like? How are we connecting with students? How are we teaching? What does that look like so that students could get our attention even in a large class? We already talked about the bus tour, so I'm not going to necessarily go on that. But I did take pictures and post it on my social media, just because I think it's important for the public to see kind of like where we went, what we did. And I'm the first to say, I did swimming when I was in high school. I'm not an athlete per se, but it was really cool to kind of look at the locations, because I do, even though I'm not athletic, I do support students to have activity if that's what they want to do. I was drama. That's what I did. Well, I was in the drama program. Maybe I was a little bit drama too, but I was in the drama program. But I think it's important for students to have lots of outlets. I did notice there wasn't a theater space at Sequoia, so I was kind of curious about that. But I did like the band space that we saw, which is cool. So like that's something to think about. I want to end on a couple things. It is National LGBTQ History Month. It was started by a teacher in the Midwest as a way to kind of bring more awareness of queer people and history, positive representation of queer people in history events. I always say it's great to talk about Harvey Milk and the work he did in San Francisco, but why do we have to talk about how he got assassinated? You know, stuff like that. It's just like, what are we talking about that shows representation of positive events, but not toxic positivity? Because we have to talk about why he got murdered, right? Like, that's important too, but also ultimately looking at the joy and what that did for the LGBTQ civil rights movements. National Coming Out Day was on Tuesday, and I think it's important to kind of bring out, because I think, like, as a person who, like, I always tell people I'm queer, I'm a gay person, that not everyone can come out and not everyone is safe to come out because of their situations and whatnot. And I think that, you know, a lot of the work that we do in talking about equity is making sure that everyone kind of feels safe. And what does safe mean? And like moving on beyond ideologies, like I do want to say transgenderism isn't a thing. So like I know we're not supposed to respond to public comment, but it's not a thing. And critical race theory isn't a thing. I know people want to make it a thing, but I think it's important to talk about culturally responsive teaching. That's a CRT we should be talking about, is culturally responsive teaching, and how we support all students and give every student a voice in the curriculum. A lot of my trainings I do for the nonprofit I sit on, we talk about windows and mirrors when it comes to curriculum, where like in any curriculum, students should be able to look out the window and see all their classmates in it, but also should be able to look in the mirror and see themselves in the curriculum. And again, that's just something that kind of sits with me in my teaching, is just like, who is being left out of the curriculum, who is in the curriculum, and then like how much kind of power or time do they get versus other groups of people, and how are we talking about groups of people in our curriculum. So to me, that's really what equity is about. That's really what culturally responsive teaching is. And so I will always commit to making sure that students will get what they need to feel supported, that we see you, and thank you for everything you did. That concludes my report.
Well, first of all, thank you for all of you hanging in here tonight. And I'm sure you guys have had a long day. You want to get home. October 1st, I attended the 25th celebration of the Kent Lake High School, and with Superintendent Vela and Director Farah were also there. It was very nice. Right coming up, they had a groups playing outside, and they had food trucks of different varieties, and it was very festive, and balloons, and going in the building, there were quite a few community members, and older people that had participated there years ago came back to see what was going on. And They had a formal ceremony in their theater area, and it was very nice. Several of the people that were instrumental in the beginning of all that were there, and it was kind of like probably an old home week to all them, so that was pretty nice. And can't say enough about all the wonderful things they're doing out at Kent Lake, and Principal Mao out there has got a great team together, and I enjoyed that. They also had the symphony, or the orchestra, excuse me, was playing in the foyer area, or the cafeteria area too, and they had that going on, and tours and all kinds of pictures of the history, so that was nice to connect with Kent Lake out where I live. It's not my first visit there. I've been there several times. I mentored there. On Saturday, actually Sunday, I drove to Walla Walla because there was going to be a big conference again over there for WASDA. It's a leadership organization that 20 leaders were selected across the state to participate in, and unfortunately, we were supposed to have this way back in July, and they had such a COVID outbreak in their leadership that they had to postpone it. So we've had a couple of these, the Vancouver and the Walla Walla back to back. So I've been traveling and trying to catch up on emails and everything like that. So it was a 3-day session, and they had meetings the first day, and we had a dinner the first day. The second day, we did a tour. We did 2 facilities. One was the Early Learning Center, and that is quite the place. It was built years ago in Walla Walla, and it's kind of an architectural thing to look at. Half of it's underground, and it's kind of interesting. They just built it, and they called it Blue Ridge Elementary School, but they converted it to an Early Learning Center. It is a huge building, and it took 10 years to develop, and in that building, which is such a paramount to what's happening now in education, is they took a study and found out that they didn't have enough preschools and private preschools in their area, and they found that their kids were coming to school and not being on target in kindergarten enough, so they got together and they raised a bunch of money, and they changed that. They moved that Blue Ridge Elementary School into some other area and built this Early Learning Center. It has from birth to 5 years old care. In other words, it's daycare, and it's also parental classes on how to take care of little ones and take care of them. It's over, it houses, which is very unusual, 3 preschool programs: ECAP, Head Start, and Transitioning Kindergarten. And one of the wonderful things about that, those are all different government entities of pools of money, but all the kids in there were kind of mixed and matched, and nobody knows which program they belong into. So you can have the kids that are really thriving, and you can have the kids that are a little more help or a little more social support. But they're all in different sections according to what they need. In addition to that, it is big enough so all the partners are there. The YMCA is there. The Boys and Girls Club is there. The nurses is there. They have doctors there. They do medical checks there. It's a huge facility. And what it has done, and they don't have enough stats yet because it hasn't been in existence, but it's providing, and they're seeing some really big transitions in their kids entering kindergarten. They're more prepared. They're ready to go. There's a sense of community because they're all coming to one place. And even the private preschools that are in existence, they oftentimes find a niche for that to send their kids there, or they work together on all this. So it's not the private industry has this, the public and the government. It's all mixed together to finalize one very good product. And that was very interesting. We also toured Walla Walla High School. And when you're in Eastern Washington, because I went back from my reunion last year, you have a different atmosphere. And one of the things is the high school is kind of like a college campus. There's no fences back there. There's no buzzing you in and locked doors. It's wide open. Anybody could walk in there. So first of all, I just kind of found that interesting. They're doing a lot of development out there and renovating and building more. It's a beautiful school, but we went into the library after we had a tour, and the superintendent there was there with us, and he's quite the guy. I was very impressed with him. Hasn't been in there only a couple years, but he was really, you could tell he has a lot of energy for the job. And he had a panel together, some young people and also the librarian of that school, because they wanted to talk about book bans. And they have experienced lots of them. And they did it from the approach of the librarian speaking and the student speaking. And the student that headed that up is kind of a leader in their school. And he talked about, from his perspective, how they've been able, in a, quite frankly, Eastern Washington is more conservative. I'm not telling you anything you don't know. Environment that the kids were very instrumental in trying to get everybody on the same page to listen to their side of the story. And when you take and bring kids in and they talk about whatever their book was that they didn't want in the library, and they talk about being, the choices that they have to make, and they want to see themselves on pages, or they want to see their sexuality represented. And when they come about, it's easier presented to the public at large. I found that interesting, and it was just eye-opening. The kids were terrific. It's always good to hear from the kids. And again, we went into the evening until 8 o'clock at night. These sessions, which I've done 2 in 2 weeks, are quite involved, because not only do you have to drive there, but there's long days, but I've gained a lot. We're going to have our final session over in WASDA in Spokane. And what I didn't know when I decided to do this is I have to do a culminating project. And I have to present in Spokane. So that's something else I'm adding to my schedule. And then on Thursday evening, there's going to be a dinner, and we're all going to receive certificates of our achievement in leadership. So I'm looking forward to that. And all these board directors are from very different school districts across the state, and it's really good to talk to them, to hear about their problems, how they've solved them, and continue and to grow, to bring back to this district. This isn't about me. It's about what I can bring back to the district so we can use that or apply that or develop relationships to get legislation done or whatever we need. On October the 5th, of course, when I came back, we did policy work and approved a contract. On the 7th, we did a tour at KM. It has not been that long since I've been on a school bus. It was not an electric school bus, because I used to get roped into chaperoning my daughter's soccer team from another school. And so, but it was kind of fun to be on that bus, an electric bus, and it's funny because when they put those electric cars or buses in gear, you don't even really know you're moving. I think that's kind of interesting how it does that. So that was fun, and Brenda, the driver on that, has been with us for a long time, and she was just a very nice lady, and glad to have her there. And again, we went out to KM, which I've not been a stranger there. I've been in that building several times, but I saw a couple places I hadn't seen. There's one courtyard that I didn't even know existed there. I can't believe I'd never seen that courtyard. And boy, does it need some improvements. Even though the rain garden and some of those other areas are nice, that courtyard needs some improvements. But they're working on that. And we did see a lot of improvements in the lighting, the LED lights on French Field, how much money they're saving us. One of the things that I thought was pretty cool is, and it doesn't take a lot of money to do this, it takes a lot of manpower. If you've ever been on that field, and I've gone to events there, several of them, you used to have a bunch of brush and all this coverage all around there, and it was a perfect location for all kinds of things to go on. They've cleared all of that out, so you could sit there and you could literally, take a look, and it's a lot easier for security, for safety, and everything like that, so that was very nice. One of the things that I thought was especially nice to talk about our equity is if somebody's coming from another school, or for our school, we have accommodations for wheelchair, and they'll not only find a way to get you down there. They'll help you and guide you where to park and all that. So we're always thinking about all our kids in our district, not just the ones that can jump in there and run up and down those stairs. And quite frankly, those stairs are quite something to go up and down, which would probably be great exercise, but not for me. And we also did we drove around the bus tour and you got to see all the buses. And Justin Dennis was so nice to talk about all that, and the electric stations where we plug in our 3 electric buses, where 2 of them are not working right now, but we have the one that we were riding on. And then, of course, we did a tour of Sequoia Phoenix Academy building, which I've also spent a lot of time in running a nonprofit and also mentoring there for several years. But I think tonight was a good move to do. Get that started. I'm excited about it, and if we wouldn't have voted on tonight, it would have been a serious problem. We wouldn't have been able to get it together. And I think the people who have some qualms about that are going to see that this is going to be a really good decision. And I want to thank all the people that worked on that and everybody that works every day in this district really hard, and even the people who have things that they don't think are going right. We can learn from that, we can grow from that, as long as we're respectful to one another. And I think sometimes that's what's been missing. And I see it every day in the emails I get, that some of them are not very respectful in the way they talk to us. And I think we deserve that too. So it is 9:54, and that concludes our